Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Oh man, you can't wake up to a better prospect than this. Another crack at a singular fishery. One of the greatest places on the face of the earth to go fishing for bass, and not just any bass, but big bass. This is legendary Lake Fork. This is day 2 of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite here right in the middle of this season right here. We got a full field of 99 anglers in Mark Zona. Even before the tournament started, we knew that Friday, today, was a day you'd have to deal with conditions changing, maybe make a few adjustments. Yesterday was the day we all had our expectations sort of rearranged on how they were going to catch them. It was quite instructive to watch the great action yesterday. A tremendous day on the water.
We absolutely thought coming into day number 1 here on Lake Fork that this would be a sight fishing beatdown. Well, of all the cameras that we have out there today with our leaders, only one of those anglers, Austin Felix, was sight fishing. Everybody else was actually fishing. And here's the really great thing about day 2 with these anglers. Man, this is pre-front conditions. We've got storms coming later today. You never know what could happen on Lake Fork before the storms come in. Skies are going to brighten tomorrow, and I think you're going to see those sight fishermen come back. But the one thing that I can tell you is there were anglers in this field that are down in 30th, 40th, 50th place that caught around 20 pounds that were shell-shocked on the stage yesterday.
Well, everyone in this field knows they better scare 20 pounds pretty hard today because it is moving day. There's your official leaderboard after day 1's competition. And Patrick Walters, just as he did 5 months ago, the last time the Elites were here, just absolutely giving it to the rest of the field. 32 pounds and 14 ounces. Quentin Capo from Louisiana having a fantastic day as well. Brandon Card having some great moments this season, that is for sure. And Chris Zaldain shows up in our top 4 today. Very exciting prospect as we head to, well, Chris Zaldain's home state as it stands right now. We're about an hour east of Dallas, legendary Lake Fork. You can take a look at it right there on our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Yeah, taking a look at Lake Fork, it was the same old that we always see with Lake Fork. Granted, we're here a little bit earlier this time around, just a hair over 27,000 acres. Lake Fork in the shape of a V, and here's the best way to put it. The usual places played, which is, well, the entire lake. Patrick Walters starting in a very familiar area just outside of Little Caney. And he said a lot more fish showed up on day number 1 compared to what he caught throughout practice. Patrick Walters said he was going to sight fish a lot yesterday. Well, we did not see that, and he absolutely plowed them over 32 pounds. Getting out with Patrick Walters now live.
Just got started. You know, it's we got some different weather conditions, some cloudy, overcast, which I think is really going to kind of help turn this bite on today. We're fishing offshore. We got a shortened day today. We're doing it at 2 o'clock now. I mean, it's only an hour and 20 minutes shorter, but just it kind of makes you wonder about a shortened day. Makes you think you got to get them quicker than you really do. But we're just going fishing today. Let the fish do the talking and see what we can catch.
Looking at this footage from yesterday with Patrick Walters. Found a lot more fish than he'd seen in these places in practice, way more.
Absolutely, and really Patrick Walters came in to yesterday saying, you know, they're really, really conditioned to a jerkbait now. It's really since the tournament back in the fall where he kind of showed the world how to catch these fish on Lake Fork. He said they're pressured, they're conditioned. So he threw a lot of glide baits yesterday morning, caught a couple big ones. And then it just seemed like they were not conditioned to that jerkbait anymore midday with Patrick. But really, that was the rotation, was a glide bait and a jerkbait. He said he'd rather wait to the weekend to show pictures exactly of what he's using, but frighteningly similar to the baits he used back in the fall.
Surprising no one that he's getting back. Yeah, go ahead, Z.
The one thing looking at yesterday with Patrick Walters and some of the anglers that we're going to be with today, fishing in areas where there's a lot of pre-spawn fish, but there's a lot of fish coming out where they're catching post-spawners, kind of mixed. Somebody else to watch early today, Chris Zaldane. Catching 27 pounds yesterday, but that was all late. Chris Zaldane lost a 7 and a 9 to 10 pounder early in the day. Kind of spun him out a little bit, but I think he's really going to be one to watch, especially what he's doing.
Patrick Walters, of course, the defending champion here on Lake Fork from just 5 months ago in our altered season in 2020. Let's take a look now and see who's atop our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch. Yes, it's that man right there, Patrick Walters, on the strength of a great day yesterday. Started yesterday in second place and just absolutely outfished everybody on the water yesterday. Seth Fighter had the lead yesterday. He's now tucked into second place. Chris Johnston moving up on this day. Lee Livesey having a great day yesterday and moving up, but just outside the top 6. Kyle Welcher, Greg Hackney, Drew Cook, all the rest of them rounding out our top 10 will undoubtedly change during the course of the day. So you heard Patrick Walters say it. We're going to have a little bit of a shortened day today. We're going to end up basically an hour early in anticipation of possible dangerous weather moving into the spot. We'll have more for you on that. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, and we've got 7 hours of Bassmaster Live coming for you today. And Mark Zona, today, what do you think? We were treated to big changes yesterday, a lot of surprises, which is good. What's going to surprise us today?
I think probably the biggest surprise that we have coming into today is not that many sight fishermen caught them as well as at least we thought they were going to, and as well as they thought they were going to on day number 1. But a lot of your leaders, whether it's Quentin Capo, Chris Zaldane, Patrick Walters, a lot of them said that sunlight helped that bite off of those main lake points, secondary points. We're not going to see a lot of sunlight today. So it's going to be interesting to see if that bite transpires. The one person to really watch in that top 10, Brandon Card, is the only one that's doing a little bit more of the typical offshore crank and deal from mid-range out to about 20 feet of water. And he said, man, I caught a lot of fish on day number 1. But with that said, a lot of other anglers that were sight fishing saw exactly where he did that. Could be interesting with Brandon Card today.
Well, we'll be in the boat with Brandon Card all day long. We'll be in the studios here all day long with our usual crew, including Such and Ronnie and Mike Sucon. We had a fantastic day yesterday, even outstripping the great 2019 effort by the elites here at Lake Fork.
4 fish over 8 pounds. Of course, we're not even close to the last 2 times here. We had a 9-9 last year, and then 2019, Brandon Cobb's 11-1. We got some work to do to catch up to those 2.
But overall, I mean, it was more productive for the full field, right, Ronnie?
Yeah.
100%. The biggest bag of the season so far, 26 pounds, 7 ounces. We had 4 anglers top that yesterday alone. We had 51 bags. Oh, we did. My mic is off. Sorry for that.
Okay. Well, we'll get Ronnie fixed up right there. We were talking about Brandon Card. Had a great tournament on the Tennessee River, doing exactly what you were talking about, his kind of specialty there, Mark Zona, and he's getting to practice it again here at Lake Fork. And as you say, a man to watch today.
You know, one of the things that Brandon Card said, he was hoping this weather would absolutely help him and hurt the sight fishermen.
Had a number of small fish come across the
Yeah,
board.
we just got here to the best spot from yesterday, just kind of a shallow, hard spot. And yesterday I fished it around 10 o'clock. I had some bedfish that I went to first thing yesterday morning. So I got here at 10 and they were just firing like crazy, and I was catching them every cast. So
So I don't know if it's a timing deal or what, but I've thrown in there several times and I've only caught one bass. I've caught several white bass, but I've only caught one bass, a little under 2 pounds. So this is definitely a spot I'm going to revisit several times throughout the day because a lot of these areas on Fork just seem to be all about timing. Like if you could hit it, too early and nothing. You could come back later, nothing, and then you could hit it like the third time in one day, and then they're just like loaded up. So if I don't catch them on this stop, I'm not worried. I'll definitely revisit it, multiple times.
Brandon is on the board already today. This was moments ago. We'll show you this.
Okay. Fish number one. Fish number one.
We're ready. $114. Big one from John Cox, a 5'9", and Seth Fighter jumping to fifth with a 6'10".
Sorry about leaving you hanging earlier, Tommy. Now it looks like my mic is on.
Yesterday,
Sorry about that.
I caught them and caught them and caught them, and then they died down, and I changed angles on them and got them fired back up. Sometimes that's all it takes, when you're fishing.
He ain't big, but I think he'll go. What's going on, Skinny? Isn't he? Let's see that. Oh yeah, 14.
Still 0. $1-4.
1-4. Whatever. It's 1-4. I didn't have before.
Austin Felix on the board. He was last year's Rookie of the Year, 2020, in the Bassmaster Elite Series. Fantastic day yesterday. Let's get back out to Patrick Walters. I mean, you can't take your eyes off him for very long. He opened up with 2 7-pounders yesterday.
Jason Williamson snuggling right behind him from 12th place. He's in second right now with 2 fish.
Tommy, we've had 51 bags over 20 pounds this season, and yesterday alone we had 36 more. So we're gonna crush the first 4 events 20-pound total just this week.
That's not what's supposed to be out here. I was wondering why it felt so weird. I couldn't tell if he was swimming to me. He was just small. He's fat. You got a scale 0? Get that 0. I'll get the board. He's definitely 14. He's a 15er. Just for shits and giggles. Yep, 15 on the dot.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it, T.
Yeah. Legal all
And
the
the
way.
one thing, looking at Patrick
114?
Walters early
Big
this
guy.
morning, if you didn't tune into
in a little bit.
Bassmaster Live yesterday, it wasn't like it was back in the fall. Back in the fall, Patrick caught big-time numbers when he was doing this. Yesterday was, look, you catch 33 pounds, you did pretty darn good, but it's not like he caught dozens of bass to get through that. He caught low numbers, but high quality doing this.
Wow, Matt Robertson, a 5.4, his second fish. He's up to third place. Seth Fighter, a 3.8, following his 6.10. He's in second.
Got some spectators out early today. Why wouldn't you be watching them?
Oh, yeah.
These great guys, including Scott Martin out there.
YouTubers out there, fans of the tube.
Sure.
Here we go.
Different day conditions-wise, a little bit shorter day to fish today. We'll tell you more about that later on today. How about the big day for Quentin Capo yesterday? Baton Rouge area, Louisiana. And from about an hour and a half west of here, Chris Zaldain.
Is he musky fishing right now?
Got the
Chris Zaldain said he's got one area a little bit dirtier water, which that's generally that region of the lake up near Glade. A lot of glide bait fishing today with Zaldain. Boy, watch that retrieve.
Working this thing super erratically, just like a big gizzard, like a frantic gizzard shad would look. It triggers me.
head back to Chris in a while.
Just around the corner, Chad Morgan-Taylor had a lot of sight fish, but said they were not around yesterday, but believes he's figured out. Well, there you go.
Zero. Two, three. We're on the board. We're on the board.
Chad, the veteran, great day yesterday, almost 26 pounds, back over to Patrick Walters.
And how about Chad watching a guide boat yesterday catching an 11.8 right next to him?
Chad had a great season last year. He needs a good boost here like he's getting at Lake Fork, and he is getting it.
I bet they waited right in front of him and told him how big it was.
Absolutely did. Here.
What? What? She didn't even fight. Oh my God, it's a big one. One hook. One hook. Did you freaking see that bite? Oh my God. That was crazy. Thanks, Mama. That fish didn't even freaking bite. Take it higher. She got it. How much?
8
Wow.
pounds, 12 ounces.
812?
Yes, sir.
Bam.
Unreal. Oh, man.
Love you, Dad.
That was prodigious right there. If
Wow.
that's any indication of what Patrick still has out there in special places.
I was gonna-
Two special places he's got.
I'm going to make the comment how critical this first hour of fishing is for Patrick Walters. And, well, he is right back on track, exactly where he was yesterday.
Leader Patrick Walters back at it again on day number 2. We got a lot more fishing to come on Bassmaster Live.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
99 anglers and only 49 spots available for fishing tomorrow in legendary Lake Fork here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. This is day number 2. We're still within the first hour of fishing out there, and the man with a massive lead on day number 1, 4 pounds plus, Patrick Walters, striking again with an 8+ fish. And there's your TH Marine weather watch for today. A high of 71, a low of 58, but scattered thunderstorms have altered the structure of today's fishing. Going to shorten it a little bit. We'll keep reminding you about that tomorrow. It's going to be a high of 75, low of 50, just partly cloudy, no storms expected.
We're going to see some of the sight fishermen get back into play tomorrow, no doubt about it. A lot of our friends on the lake, James Caldemeyer, guides here 393 days a year, believes that too. What these guys got to see, at least fishing up shallow Monday and Tuesday, before that front hit where we had 2 really cold nights, you're going to see a push by Sunday up shallow. And I think you're going to end up seeing guys that are fishing, that, you know, whether it's Zaldane or Patrick Walters, Quentin Capo, who's fishing off of the bank also. All of his fish yesterday, a lot of them came on a topwater bait, a little bit of square bill crankbaiting. I think you're going to end up seeing these guys adjust throughout the weekend as we start to get clearing skies. But something I have to reference, Tommy.
Yes.
We become spoiled with Patrick Walters. I mean, the dude just caught almost a 9-pounder, and none of us even flinched anymore.
No, he's made us immune to that sort of thing because he does it with such regularity, especially at this place. He's just he's a phenomenon.
By far the best pro angler I've seen with live scope. In the short of time he's had to use it, it's incredible what he's done already.
Morgan Taylor flipping a tube predominantly all day on day 1. Said he thinks he has found these little dead, what he calls dead willow trees. He said they are perfect stop signs for a lot of these fish that are going in the backs of these pockets.
Did you see that bush shake? Yeah. I was hoping he was bigger than that, but I'll take this one.
Not yet. Zeroed out.
He has got a look about him today.
2-4.
Back over at Quentin Capo. Quentin having a good season, actually. Had a good finish up, strong finish at Sabine.
Career day yesterday, Tommy. It's not every day you catch 28-15 and you're not leading the event.
Yes.
It's incredible. And he really had 2 3-pounders in his bag all day long, but that last hour, I think he got rid of one of them with a 4 and one of them with a 5. Really helped him get from that 4th, 5th place spot into 2nd.
Yeah, he caught that 6-4 late in the day.
There he is.
That's a good one. Well, not that good, but he's at work. Come off that stump. Start.
Scales 0. $2.15.
All right, number 1.
Got a big fish.
Big square.
Sorry, Z. Pat
Big
Schlapper,
square bill
6'6".
crankbait. Go ahead.
I was just going to say Schlapper with a 6'6" and Takumi Ito with a 7'10". Square bill?
Wow. Chris Alday and Quentin Capo fishing very, very close to each other, within 100 yards, it looked like. Capo throwing a big square bill, Strike King 4.0. Zaldane, the glide bait. And we will see him, besides that glide bait, he said that glide bait's a lot better in this dirtier water, but you will see him go to that Mega Bass mag draft when he gets in the cleaner water a little bit closer to the dam. I'm sure we're going to see a little bit of that later this morning, but that is pre-spawn, post-spawn 101, a point into one of the biggest spawning pockets on Lake Fork. From there, can actually get back to Brandon Card up in Little Caney.
And one small one in the boat so far.
There he is. Yeah. It's a bass. I don't know if he'll keep. Let's wet it real quick.
That'll be 14 inches to count as a keeper here.
Yep. You ready?
Yes, sir. £1, 6 ounces.
1.6. One of the big ones.
Small place keepers there for the man from originally Kentucky, makes his home in Tennessee now, was the first Carhartt Bassmaster College Series angler to join the Elite Series a decade ago.
We covered him back in college.
We did.
Seems like he's turned into a veteran.
Yeah.
Thought it was really interesting listening to what Brandon Card said. He goes, man, sight fishing tournaments have burned him. Like taking a look at our Humminbird bird's eye view right here. And Brandon Card, one of the anglers in this field, that said he spent the predominant amount of his time idling throughout practice, knowing that there was tens of thousands of fish spawning on Lake Fork. He said he just really did not want to get in that game. Did it for a couple hours yesterday morning, totally bailed on it by about 9:30.
So Patrick Walters still comfortably in the lead right now on the two fish, but the one, as you say, approaching 9 pounds accounts for most of that.
It's interesting to watch Patrick Walters, how he approaches this game. Obviously, fishing a little bit shallower this time around than we saw him do last fall. But he's really inside of, and there are so many locals that know this, he's inside of some of the best offshore areas, you know, typical areas that we've seen guys like Keith Combs in the past, where that lake makes a V, you know, from the west branch of the Lake Fork Basin into Caney. That is probably one of the most popular offshore areas just because it has so many fish coming and going. It has really slow tapering flats. It's just how Walters approaches it in a way different manner.
Well, it's the approach that works so far in our about 10 hours of fishing now that we've had here at Lake Fork in this tournament right here. And Patrick Walters picking up right where he left off yesterday. Yesterday picking up right where he left off 5 months earlier with the Bassmaster Elite Series.
I mean, who just wenches in a 9-pounder that doesn't even fight? It's Patrick Walters, Tommy Sanders.
Patrick Walters is the answer to that. We're not even into the trivia yet.
She didn't even fight. Oh my God, it's a big one.
Oh, are we going to see a lot more of that today? I'd say the chances are pretty good. Patrick Walters on top, everyone else chasing him on day 2.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Still in our first hour of fishing here. Day number 2, moving day. Glad to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. That is legendary Lake Fork, our Seaguar Bassmaster Rookie Watch. We've got a rookie in the top 10 right now. His name is Matt Robertson. He is in second place right now. And yesterday, a great day for Josh Straisner. Joshua Straisner of Alabama took over that lead. Big day yesterday. Brian New in third place. Our winner, Brian New, from the first stop of the year on the St. Johns River. Let's get down to last year's Rookie of the Year from 2020, Austin Felix.
Tommy, just imagine catching 20 pounds on day 1 and you're Rookie of the Year leader, and you fall to third in Rookie of the Year after catching 20 pounds.
Yeah, that's... Robertson today, Bass Track updates Angler of the Year. Well, Robertson is 17th in Angler of the Year.
Not too much to report.
Straisner's fallen to 18th.
Got one little baby one. I'm just kind of trying to cycle through some beds, see what I could see. I stopped on this one because I know it's a good one, but I can barely bake out the bed. I don't know if the fish is hanging around or not, but it's going to be a lot of trial and error. This one's good enough that I wanted to give it an extra second or two. But that's about it. I'm kind of nervous. I just really want to catch 5 fish. It'll be a big weight off my shoulders once we do. Even if...
Yo. Yeah, here we, I think we've been fishing for 30, 45 minutes or so. Not as much shad activity as I'd like, but I mean, again, I know the potential here. It goes down so fast. That's a stump. It's just a, you know, sandbar leading up to a little bit of shell, hard bottom. Just gonna keep rotating through. When those shad show, big gizzard shad, when they show up, it is party time. So, just gonna keep making these presentations. I got 1, 2, and 3 casts through here.
Brock Mosley has a 6-1 and Chad Pipkins
There's
with
a bunch
a
of stumps
7-2.
through here, so you got to be careful. You get caught up and you have to go in for it. You screw up the area, you got to wait even longer. So just trying to, I mean, everything I'm throwing's got treble hooks on it too. So you got to be real careful where you cast.
Just getting the text that Lisa Talmadge, tournament director, sent all of the anglers with the storms that are coming in, possible severe storms later this afternoon. First flight checking in at 1:40, staggered all the way to 2:40 for the later flights.
This spot.
A lot of our anglers that we have cameras on and don't have cameras on really caught them late.
Mm-hmm.
So be interesting to see how that affects this day.
Timing thing, but they're still using this spot. And I purposely got on the big motor. I was right here, and I put it in the gear and I thrusted that area out with my prop, And as soon as I did that, it disturbed the water and they just went ape. And I left it like that and I was like, yep, I'll come see you later. I don't know if he started here yesterday. I decided not to start here. I waited for the wind to start blowing on it. But it is amazing when it happens. And there's like some 3s and 4s that chase off of it just a little bit, like they actually chase thread fins. But the ones we're after are those giant gizzard shad killers.
Let's get back over to Chad Morgan-Taylor. Great season last year for Chad, especially the last half of it, got him in the top 20.
Part of the reason I came in here first was because that wind's supposed to get up today. I felt like that the calmer the wind, so sun I know helps the bite that I'm on. And there's a lot more of that stuff and a lot more stuff to offer where we're going to on the other side here. And there's no doubt the sunshine does, but also when you have cloudy conditions, if I can catch calmer conditions, it helps. So I'm trying to run the percentages in my favor as much as I possibly can because I know the wind's going to get up today. I know we got some severe weather coming in. So that's why I kind of varied. I was going to go to another place and fish it for an hour or two. I just couldn't make myself do it. Whenever I had to pass this place going to it, I know there's a bunch of fish here. And I was like, gosh, dang, man, I'd really like to fish. And it's going to take me 2 or 3 hours at least to make a pass on this, and by that time the wind's probably going to get up. So with all that being said, I dumped in here and I seen a bunch of stuff yesterday that I did not get the chance to fish, and this was part of it. And then I've got some more back here that I had to just blow through, and by yesterday afternoon the wind was starting to get up again and the cloud covers were coming. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and, even though a little bit lower light in the mornings in here, again, calmer conditions. So that's why I chose to come in here, and I've caught 2 so far, which was real quick. So I'm really, I'm really happy with that so far, and we'll see what happens now. Because now I'm gonna go back and get on the trolling motor and.
Chad Morgan-Taylor talking, and before him, Chris Zaldain talking about the importance of timing and how they're having to adjust their timing today.
Yeah, and as close as Morgan-Taylor is to Quentin Capo and Chris Zaldain, 2 really, really distinctly different game plans. Morgan-Taylor doing more typical of what you would see this time of year, shallow, dead willow trees, a little bit of sight fishing here and there, to where Quentin Capo, Chris Zaldain kind of banking on that coming and going, post-spawn, pre-spawn bite. But here again, whether you're doing what Morgan-Taylor's doing or Zaldain or Capo, even though it looks phenomenal on paper, these are not dumb fish on this lake. Like, you look at the weights, you're like, wow, you crushed them, to where maybe at the end of the day you caught 8 bass, 10 bass. Brandon Card said he had one really special school yesterday that he had to burn.
Good one. Pretty decent one. He's not great, but I'll lip him just in case. Yeah. There we go. Well, shoot. Man, he was hit good.
He wasn't coming off.
Holy cow.
So chunk, too.
Sheesh. There we go. A little bit better.
Yeah.
£3, 4 ounces.
3-4. 3-4.
Third and by far the biggest keeper so far for Brandon Card. He's looking to upgrade his size considerably. Going to have to. All of our anglers are going to have to today. It's a fast crowd that runs here on Lake Fork, and Lake Fork can respond with some big, big fish. Seen a few of them come in already from the likes of Patrick Walters, Seth Fighter. Robertson's caught a good one as well. Quentin Capo waiting for his size to show up too. We'll take a quick break and we will be right back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Right back out on the water. The man we left you with when we took a break there, Brandon Card, as you say, had a pretty good school that he dinged a little bit yesterday, Z.
Yeah, one of those schools, I mean, he had to pound them and burn them. You notice all his secondary areas are right outside of very popular spawning pockets. So there was other anglers watching him. So he had to smoke a couple of those schools yesterday, getting on a little flurry right here early on day 2.
That wasn't good.
See, Brandon Card doing a lot of jerkbait fishing today. The majority of his fish yesterday cranking. Call it 5 all the way out to 20 feet of water. These are new areas compared to when he took forth in 2019. There was a lot more offshore for him. But made the comment he felt before the end of this tournament, some of those old traditional offshore areas were going to start to play.
A big bass from Skylar Hamilton, an 8.7, second biggest on the day.
211.
We only had one over yesterday brought to the weigh-in. We have one today. Takumi Ito's 710 is coming into the weigh-in. It's over 24 inches.
Wow. I believe it was fourth fish now, fourth keeper for Brandon Card there.
One thing to really watch with Brandon Card, I got to look at his photo gallery from yesterday. A lot of these fish also mixed in size. You know, you looking at that photo gallery, he'd have a 1.5 pound fish, and then said he'd back it up with a big one, you know, a 4 to 6 pounder. Said a lot of these schools are really, really mixed.
Oh, good one. I don't know. Pretty good. Yeah, good one. What is he doing? He just stopped fighting. Yeah, baby. Woo! Come get you some of that. Look at that Yozuri jerkbait. Boom. I literally just switched to this 110 jerkbait Yozuri. Nice one.
Let's go 0.
That was weird, like he was fighting and then he just stopped. He just...
4 pounds, 14 ounces.
414. We're catching them every cast now, guys.
That is exactly what he said happened yesterday.
Yeah, baby. So what's happened is I was catching them out off this point, and I noticed the fish jump over here. I bet they're feeding on shad this morning. So I just slid on up here, shallower, and pulled out this jerk bait. I think I've caught them about every cast since I did that. So You just gotta pay attention. I mean, that fish jumping over here just kind of keyed me in, like maybe they're just feeding on some shad up here shallower. That's exactly what they're doing. That's awesome. Just making adjustments. I never even threw a jerkbait yesterday, not one cast. Caught all of them on a crankbait, and then caught a few dragging a jig and one on a Cinco, but never threw a jerkbait. Man, if all the fish could be like that, they just come on in. I was like, he wants to be weighed and released.
Did you think you lost him for a second when he got bite?
Brandon Card charged up, getting that feeling you get when you feel like you're making the right moves, the right decisions. You got to feel that yesterday. Well, here's another guy who got that feeling yesterday. Got it in a big way after a couple of big ones came in the boat. Patrick Walters yesterday. Well, you could see him take on the sort of excitement he exhibited all tournament long at Lake Fork.
He held up the trophy in November at the end of the 20 season for 32 pounds and 14 ounces.
7-1.
7-1?
7-1.
That's how you get started.
Everything's better in Texas, I feel like. When I drove across that state line on the way here, I was like, man, I hadn't told him one yet, but I feel like I could buy a place out here because I do like Lake Fork and I do like Texas. It was a good day. They kind of surprised me where they went to, and we stumbled on them this morning first thing, and I'm looking forward to going fishing tomorrow and this whole week, hopefully. Hopefully we can maintain this week. I know there's a lot of fish in Lake Fork. There's a lot of big fish, a lot of people catching them, so let's go see if we can go drop the hammer on them tomorrow. Thank y'all.
That's a freaking meat wagon right there, so give me some.
A lot of excitement in that boat for the sixth competition day in a row in Lake Fork.
Exactly, and really some dangerous entertainment when he swung that 7-1 on a glide bait right into his Marshall. As if the Marshalls, don't have enough to worry about throughout these tournaments.
We're appreciating our Marshalls here. They give us some great bonus coverage. They're serving as the judges for this tournament. They got a lot of duties. Patrick Walters right over live.
Oh.
Some bonus coverage.
Bonus
right there.
coverage?
Yeah, bonus coverage. B&W trailer hitches on the line. Hooked up live is Seth Fighter. Already got one dandy in the boat today.
A couple of 3.5 pounders.
Yes, sir. Oh.
All right, Seth, we got here just in time to see that one. That was nice. Tell us how it's gone for you today. You got some solid ones in there.
Yeah, no, got on a good point this morning. Fish are going. That's probably close to a 4-pounder. Got a great big one right away and 2 nice ones. We might have to set you here. Maybe I'll take this. You.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Sorry about that. We're back.
Hey, Seth, real quick, while you're running your own camera right there, making a big adjustment this morning. Tell us about it.
You good? Yes. Not really doing much different. I was running points like this yesterday. Here we go. Today I was lucky enough I had a real bad boat number yesterday. 85. I didn't even try starting here. It's a free community spot. But today I was boat 15. Wasn't a local on it. He was nice enough to let me slide in here. Doing work, Got one great big one jerking, 2 nice ones jerking, and then just started cranking here and got a 4 whatever. But we got a short day today, so it's nice to get off to a good start. I'm kind of done with my spawners. I got, the biggest ones I could catch yesterday are the biggest ones I knew about, and that was only worth, some 4-pounders. So, I mean, this is a way to catch a big bag, you know what I mean? Fishing pre-spawn, post-spawn fish. This is my best chance of catching one of those 7, 8, 9 pounders. So, at the start we've had definitely just going to do this the rest of the day. Plus the weather, I think, is going to cater more towards this than sight fishing. So just one good bite away from having a nice bag, and a couple good bites away from having a big bag.
Seth, with the clearing conditions, warming conditions coming into the weekend, said you're kind of out of spawners. Will you keep that honest and start looking again?
Absolutely. If it's calm and sunny, I'll go looking. There's enough fish in this lake where I can find some new ones to move up. But I mean, if I can get bit out on these points, I'm going to fish that, just because, like I said, you could get lucky and catch a female off a bed, but them males kind of top out at about 5 pounds here. So if I'm going to do any catching up and make a run, get in the top 10, and get some good points, it's going to be on these points. I mean, I could probably catch 20 on spawners, but and I might do that if it slicks off and I can't get nothing going on these points. I very well could, catch a decent bag spawning. But if you're going to catch a 25+ pound bag, you're going to need some females.
Seth, are you on a rotation that you're running with these spots right here? Or are you just kind of hitting one and fishing it till you're done with it and you move on to the next one and just let it go for the day?
Yeah, I've been kind of running and gunning these points. This one's been pretty good, so I'm going to stay here. I couldn't get on this on day one, but today we're probably going to stay here for a little while, and then I'll just go point running after that.
All right, good job, Seth. Thanks for showing us a good catch there. Thanks to your marshal as well, working as a team to get us some good stuff going on this early on this day number 2. Saw some good stuff just moments ago from Brandon Card. We need to get back out there.
Come on. Yeah, a little bit slower twitch. There was one trying to get it. Oh, look, I got 2. Oh, dang it. I had 2. Literally, I had 2 on him. Should we put him on the board, or? Let's see. Chill.
You're a little bit. 1 pound, 11 ounces.
111. All right, let's try to go quick.
We had a double this year on Bassmaster Live?
I don't think we have. We just about had one, right? Granted, not the biggest double that we've seen on Bassmaster Live, but if you look right here, Brandon Card definitely having 2 hooked. Take a peek at it right there.
Oh. So Brandon Card, limit in the boat. He's only about 1 pound and 12 ounces behind Patrick Walters. The thing about Patrick Walters is Patrick only has 2 keepers in the boat so far. So maybe not as close as it might look at this point. But boy, the competition is keen and will be all day long on this special day, day number 2 on Lake Fork.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Big day as we enter the second hour of fishing out here. Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork, 99 full field. Going for 49 spots, and who's got the hot hand right now? Well, among the anglers we're watching, it is most definitely this guy for the past 30 minutes, Brandon Card.
See Brandon Card making that adjustment from cranking all day yesterday, going to a jerkbait with a pretty simple statement. Davey and I were texting and said, I just saw fish jump in this area.
Come on, big one. Yeah, good one. Oh, golly. My line jumped like a dang jig bite. Oh, golly. Oh, come on. Dang, that was an epic jerkbait bite. Oh, stay hooked up. God. Please. Why does he jump so much? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Stay down. Come on, tire out. Here we go. Yes. Woo. Yes. Look at that. Yozuri 3DB jerkbait 110 in his face. Y'all have no clue how cool of a jerkbait bite that was. I was sitting there twitching it, and my line just jumped like a jig bite. It went doing. Oh, that gets me fired up. He wasn't coming off. Dang. Yes.
Scales 0. Oh, hang on a second.
What's the tell?
5 pounds, 9 ounces.
I saw it hit by 10.
Yeah.
Let's try him again, real quick.
Okay.
Ready?
Here you go.
Five nine. Booyah. Huh? Here's the skin. The coolest thing about this whole deal is you get to turn this fish loose.
Another 5-pounder here at legendary Lake Fork, and that was something that kind of set the tone yesterday. We always try to keep track of 3-4 pounders because those are quality fish, and hey, they're important fish in this event as well, but a lot less important because of how many 5-pounders we saw. And looking at some of the day one stats at Lake Fork, 90 out of our 99 anglers caught a limit 5 fish. Surprisingly, some of the big names that we expected to factor didn't bring in a limit yesterday. We'll get into that as well, but there were 76 fish over 5 pounds. That includes 4 over 8, another 7 or so over 7 pounds. So a bunch of big kicker quality fish caught and weighed yesterday. 36 anglers caught a 20-pound bag. We were talking about it. Brian knew was the last one, 36th place, dropped in Rookie of the Year after catching 20 pounds. That's something that just doesn't happen anywhere except for Lake Fork. And looking at Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, a couple big-named anglers and Elite Series champions that we really expected to factor at Lake Fork because of time of year, their style, and the knowledge here are Keith Combs, Steve Kennedy, and Bill Lowen. Lowen, obviously, time of year suits his style tremendously, and he's coming off a win just a few events ago. Steve Kennedy's been on a tear the last few events as well, and he is a big fish hunter. And then Keith Combs, as much knowledge and info he has at Lake Fork and the great track record he has, albeit in the summertime and the fall, Keith Combs surprisingly didn't catch a limit yesterday, 89th place with only 4 fish. Kennedy in 76th, and then Bill Lowen 84th. So some guys for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing are going to have to catch them a little bit better today, especially since they were highly picked in Rapala Fantasy Fishing.
All right. Well, if you're going to Going to get some repair work done. This is a place where you can get it done pretty quick anyway. Maybe not cheap, but very quick. Hey, let's get back to Chris Zaldain for our top lures today.
So that's an anatomically correct gizzard shad right there. My buddy Matt from Tater Hog, just a good, hard-working American, makes those. He is a freaking wizard with glides. I just put a little eagle claw snap on it just to give it a bunch of freedom. Like, I like that wide gap in there. So when it's on the nose of it here, it can move freely. Kind of like a chatterbait, how it moves freely up the center there. But that's her. Dude, as he was putting his rods away, a shad took him. We're gonna lock in here for a while, boys. San Diego Jam Knot, 25 fluoro. Super stiff rod. Dude, when they crush it, they literally, they want to take it from you. They want to take this lure off your line. And that 9, I lost a 9 yesterday on it, and it kicked my butt. Straight Texan bass.
Top lures from our go-to big bait guy for sure, Chris Zaldain. Back over to Brandon Card.
That last fish gave him
and I'm going to
lead.
say, one of these times we're going to see Zaldain win one of these tournaments on a swim bait. So close, so many times.
Oh gosh, second place, way too many times.
That's been the biggest key for Quentin Capo, guys like Zaldain. Gizzard shad, shallow on those points.
Another one. Oh God, another one. Oh my gosh, biggin. He hit like a small one, but dang it, if he's not another biggin. Oh God. Oh my goodness. Giant. Holy cow, that jerkbait's gone. Literally gone. Can't see the jerkbait. Come on. Oh, holy cow. You gotta play him on this light line, y'all. I know y'all think I'm crazy for walking around the boat like this, but I'm gonna get him on this pass right here. Yes! Woo! Come get you some of that. Look at that. Like I said, gone. They're liking this Yo-Zuri jerkbait today, baby. Look at that. Oh. God, that one's bigger than the last.
Scale zero.
Holy cow. He didn't bite like a big one, but dang it if he's not a giant.
6 pounds, 2 ounces.
6'2". Give me some skin. Booyah. Thank you, girl.
4-pound cullies up to 22 pounds. He up 6 pounds, 6 ounces on Walters right now.
Preach it, Such. Preach it. As we hear the music, my friend, Brandon Card coming into this tournament said, man, sight fishing tournaments, they have burned him in the past. I'm going to ignore it. Yet he went back to the well for the first 2 hours yesterday morning, bailed on it, went to little secondary points outside of very popular spawning pockets. A lot of our Lake Fork friends know exactly where this area is. getting it done today, making a little adjustment, cranked almost all day long on day number one. Going to that Yozuri jerkbait right there that he has referenced several times. And what was interesting, Davey Height even text. He said, I saw one little small fish jump in the back of that pocket and has blistered them. Caught a couple little pound-and-a-halfers. And as we saw Lee Livesey do on day number one, kind of weeded those smaller ones out and constantly upgrading. Brandon Card, you are absolutely the power pole replay today. Painting the picture, telling the story, sticking ball, moving the chain.
Flawlessly. Moving the chain. That's exactly what Brandon Card is doing. He was started about 7 pounds back of our leader, Patrick Walters. Now he's got about a 6.5 pound lead ahead of Patrick Walters. Patrick Walters, though, only with 2 keepers, so that could change very quickly.
Shoot, yeah, you got to be patient, dude.
How about that? I told you, you just got to be patient with them. Talk about choking, huh? Pre-spawn female, look at her.
Six, 5. Good looking fish.
Well, Tommy, we all love jerkbait fishing, but can we have a little more of that, please?
Yeah, he wasn't going to let this brawl in the bushes go on too long. That's the wily veteran at work there.
And take a look at those little stobs, those little sticks. As simple as it sounds, Chad Morgan-Taylor said those pre-spawn females are stopping on anything like that. Any little stop sign leading back into these spawning pockets. Good fish for Chad Morgan-Taylor right there. And a little bit more love. Texas rig in a tube like we saw Seth Fighter yesterday.
Got a monster bass tying our Phoenix Boats big bass of the day. Takumi Ito with an 8-12. He had a 7-10 earlier and over. Is up to 5th place with 21-12.
Takumi Ito getting to love the state of Texas for sure. Had a great final
From 70-30s in 5th place.
Y'all should have heard Such all week in his BFA voice at the desks up there beside me, just getting prepared to drop some BFA.
Oh, yeah.
He's killing it.
Yeah, doesn't just happen.
Hey, watch the retrieve.
It's definitely
Watch
warmer this morning. It's
Zaldane's retrieve, if we could see how erratic he'll make that glide bait.
Just how big is the question. Got her. Stay on. Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. No. Don't. No. Stay. Stay on there. Gosh, they're so heavy, dude. It's a little one. He's a little one. He's a little one. Freaking crushed it. He was coming in like this. So it felt like one of those giants. And it happens in flurries.
Gosh, that does look like a gizzard shad.
That's a chunker.
Half-eaten one.
313, 313, 313. I gotta get back in there. Oh, I gotta sign that thing. Here, let me initial it right now. That's all right. Post-spawn wolf packers, man. It happens quick. When I see them busting like that, I kind of go on point where all my weight is on my right foot. And when one eats it with all that line out there, I'm able to step back and get a good hook set. That 9 I lost yesterday, I was flat-footed. I wasn't ready for it. It ate, and I'm way up here with it, and I lost it. Jumped. So now I'm gonna be ready. I went to a stiffer rod, same 25 fluoro. Manhandle them.
Boy, he is keyed up. Hey, the other thing, watching how he fights those fish.
Too, like QC, Quentin Capo. I guess, I don't know if he started here yesterday or what, but he was casting to this, it's a little shell point right here, and it's super shallow. But I found all the thread fin are relating to that. Gizzard shad are relating to this kind of bowl right here. Scattered stumps, hard bottom. And all the giants came out of this kind of deeper spot, pushing into that shell bar.
Really watch how they fight, like you saw Patrick Walters yesterday morning with a big glide bait.
As long as we got wind and the wind gets stronger, it'll happen. The one Cobb one, how many years ago? Was that 2 or 3 years ago? 2 years ago. This was in my rotation, one of these spots. Vividly remember seeing gizzard shad like that, 2 or 3 of them just running for their lives. Just freaking amazing. Hey, those big ones, when they get keyed in on that shape and size, I mean, there's no other, bait that really imitates that other than these, these anatomically correct gizzard shad glides. This guy's out of North Carolina.
Chris Aldane told us this morning, he said, look, we're going to shorten schedule today. I caught mine late. I'm going to go to my late place first thing today. And it has paid off right there for Chris Aldane. But Brandon Card, the man who has put on a show. The 3 front conditions you referred to, Z, they're biting out there.
It is absolutely amazing when this lake turns on. And I'll tell you, and I'll live by this, this lake spoils us for the rest of the season every time we come here to Lake Fork.
It's going to be 7 minutes on Neely Henry without a bass, and we're like, oh my gosh.
We're dying. We can't. No, I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. What a show so far today, and we're really just getting started on day number 2. Brandon Card now with a good lead over Patrick Walters, Fighter, Livesey, and Takumi Ito, the biggest fish of the day. What's next?
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Big day number 2 at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, 5th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Loving this Texas big bass action right here in one of the most extraordinary fisheries in the country, in the world, as a matter of fact. Brandon Card, originally from Kentucky, makes his home in North Carolina, on top, ahead of Patrick Walters. And of course, everyone's thinking about, well, you got to scare 20 pounds today. I don't care who you are. You want to do that just to hold your head up, and mainly to make the top 49, because we only have 49 spots available for fishing tomorrow. Among these guys, when we take a look, we go up and down that leaderboard right there. We see Jason Christie having moved up today. A guy Tyler Hamilton, a big one he caught earlier to get from way down in there, and we're looking close now. Next page is going to show us where that cut line falls right now, and it's Brock Mosley. Off his usual pace. I mean, he has been on fire for the last, 6 or 7 or 8 events with the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's got his work cut out for him today.
He's caught a 6-pounder today. He's just got to fill his limit up. Speaking of filling limits, Takumi Ito, 26 pounds, 2 ounces with his 5th fish.
Wow.
A 4-6. He's got a small of 113 in there. He's got the 7-10 and an 8-12, 4-6 and a 3-9.
Boy, you could tell Morgan Taylor has dialed in to what these fish are setting up on. The sunglasses, the readers, the neon jacket, the life jacket, everything going on with that, Marshall. That's right.
The whole boat, I mean, has got their game gear on today. Look at this catch, boys. Those little sticks, as you called them, Z. Little stopping points.
Yeah, and really, Morgan Taylor couldn't say. He said, man, I don't know. I don't know if they're little dead willows. I mean, he said, I'm not sure what they are, but I can aimlessly idle around. And Morgan Taylor's, we're not going to give his exact location, but he's in a fairly popular spawning bay, probably one of the most popular on the entire lake. He said he can idle around, and when he sees those little stubs, that is exactly what they're setting up on to go into that bay and spawn, if not actually spawning on those sticks. Back over to Austin Felix on the west branch of Lake Fork. Bassmaster Live.
Got him. I got him in the mouth. Wow. Oh, it's been a long time.
411.
411. Golly, look at him peeing. Oh.
It's a big male.
Yeah.
He had fallen to 23rd with only 1 fish.
Let's go.
He's awake.
Yeah.
Just need 5 bites. I knew he'd bite. He kept on going back. Had to switch up to some light line. This is 12-pound leader on this bait. I just figured with how pressured these fish are, we need to get a little sneaky.
One of the guys who's doggedly pursuing bed fishing today, he's in, by our reckoning, the minority, Z.
You know, and really, he was the one that was the most shaky that I got to talk to after the weigh-in on day 1, where he said, man, I really burned a lot of my bigger spawners. I still have a lot of spawners, but not quite the quality. A good one right there for Austin Felix. And you could tell early this morning when he made the comment, man, I just want to catch a limit. Doesn't sound like there's that much left in the tank for Austin Felix, but a big lift right there as he was kind of sliding down our leaderboard. And, you know, Mercer calls him the sleepy assassin or something like that. We're going to get back to Chris Zaldane. I asked him, have you ever fallen asleep in the boat, Austin? And he said, no, but sometimes I forget I'm driving. I said, no.
Wait a minute.
A stiff wind out of the north, and that's when that mag draft bite really turns on. All those south points on the south end in clear water, when you mix a north wind with that, all those waves crashing on those points down on the south end are freaking spectacular. But I'm gonna try to take advantage of this spot especially because there's a southeast wind blowing on it, and then tomorrow the wind switches, it shifts, and the wind will be blowing over this point, and this area won't be as effective, period. Yesterday when I rolled up around noon, you know, waves were crashing on it. It was partly cloudy, and it was game on. They were busting all over. It was pretty epic. So I'm just gonna hang out here for pretty much most of the day because I know the potential here, and I know I'm not gonna have that opportunity tomorrow. So these are just, that's one. Yep. Stay. You stay right there. Uh-oh. Post spawner. All right, we got company. Post spawner. Freaking crushed it mid-sentence. That's that little tater hog glide. Buddy Matt out of North Carolina, just a hard-working American, makes these out of his shop. He's so American, in fact, that he's buddies with Martin Truex Jr., Zona's buddy. Good? Zona's NASCAR buddy. And when I texted that guy Matt last night, I said, I'm catching him on your bait, dude. 4-1. 4-1. 4-1, skinny, nasty thing. Oh man, smashed it, dude. That's the kind of bite I like.
Some bonus coverage. How about our Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader for the tournament right now, Takumi Ito? Great time watching Taku last week at the Sabine River. Great final day. Taku, congratulations. Tell us about your big fish today.
It's okay. Yeah. Very good. Good day. I got a big fish, 2 8-pounder. I'm very happy. I don't like big bass. I like Sabine the little bass, so Tasfield, but Lake Fork is today is very good.
Taku, real quick, are you catching the big bass on light line?
Yeah, right line. But I use a spinning rod, and but leader, main line 15 pounds, and the fluorocarbon is 14 I use. And I use a jig head wacky, so jig head, and the straight one I use. Yeah, and I fish in the offshore. Many stumps, many trees, and I use a wacky rig swimming. And 8 feet, 10 feet I fishing, and the swimming is very good for free spawn and post spawn female. Now is a pre-spawn school and the post-spawn fish take there, and I fish in the heat. I fish in the right line, I fish in the pro swimming, and I caught a big bite.
Taku, how deep are the fish coming today?
Yeah, I fish in 8 feet, 10 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet.
Do you have to make yourself fish slow, Taku?
Yeah, very, very slow fish. And look like that, slow swimming.
Taku, why do you say you don't like big bass as much as the small bass from the Sabine?
Because I fight, big bass is so strong, so stuck in a tree, stuck in a stump, I lost. Yesterday I lost a giant bass, so I don't like big bass. I like 1.5. It's good. Because it's easy, but 8 pounder is a 4 for me. So I can catch sometimes. I don't like.
How many keepers did you catch yesterday?
Yesterday I caught offshore, and I caught one, and one lost giant bass. Yesterday I fished in the shallow because offshore is no school, no fish. But today is a warm morning, warm day. The fish school coming here.
I like you, Taku.
I like you too.
Thanks for your time, Taku Ito, out there having a great big fish day. Whether he likes it or not, he's going to take that one. Good stuff today from
Tommy. Is that the first time we have ever heard on the Bassmasters? I don't like big 8-pound bass. I want pound-and-a-half hurt.
Yeah, I'd say that's a safe bet. That's probably the first and the last time we'll ever hear that. So a special moment there with our second-year man now, Takumi Ito, becoming one of the most watchable guys out there on the tour, and having a great swing through the state of Texas.
Been a long time. That was awesome. That was awesome.
These are all official weights now. You have to remember we're doing catch, weigh, and record out there. And Brandon Card still holding on to a lead. Great flurry for him out there in his special spot. Patrick Walters, quickest start of the day. He's been a little quiet there for the past 45 minutes or so. Seth Fighter, good limit in the boat. And our big fish guy, like it or not, is Takumi Ito. Some great stuff from Taku today. Some more great stuff from all these anglers coming up.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
What an extraordinary place. We have seen some big bass today, and we always sort of secretly yearn for seeing guys catch them in different ways, and I think we've had that diversity that we love here today, Mark Thoma.
There's no doubt about it, Tommy Sanders, and we're starting to see a lot of different techniques, areas. A lot of different techniques in the same areas. Going to get back out to Quinton Capo right now, just south of Brandon Card.
Come on, baby.
Heavens.
Stay hooked up. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down.
Whoa.
Stay down. Don't get in those power poles. All right. Come around. Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. Come here. Come here. Stay hooked up. Come here. Come here. Oh yeah, come on. Got one hook. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Don't do that. Oops. Got him. All right. That's a chunk. I missed one just like that, but that's all right. They got more out there. Zeroed?
Nope. All right, we're zero. £7, 1 ounce.
7-1. Yeah, baby. That's right. Thank you, baby.
Good one right there for Quinton Capo. A little bit slow morning for Capo. striking 4.0. It's a big profile square bill. Boy, that about got a little bit ugly right there.
Mm-hmm. Anxious moment there. Did some good jumping too, which I'm sure was not exactly what Quentin wanted to see.
We have not had Capo on Bassmaster Live very much, but he's really calm to catch a fish like that. Very laid back.
Oh yeah, he didn't go nuts or anything. He was get him in the boat. Quentin Capo,
daunting, intimidating.
He's run a restaurant. He's been around crazy before, so he can deal with it.
Restaurateur from Prairieville near Baton Rouge. If you have a restaurant down there, you better bring it.
Yeah.
I mean, that is
They're right.
And I mean, honestly, I don't know if anybody can really intimidate Quentin Capo. Like, he looks like a starting middle linebacker for the New Orleans Saints right now.
Yeah, you would not want to return your plate, your special, back to Mr. Capo.
No.
I asked for medium.
This isn't cooked right.
So a 215 and a 7-1 in the boat right there. That's climbing the ladder, skipping a few rungs there.
Real quick, you rewind to that Takumi Ito footage, listening to how he's catching them.
Got him.
8 to 10 feet of water with a wacky worm during the spawn on Lake Fork. That is pretty impressive, man.
That's love to see everything they bring.
Capo trying to go back-to-back casts.
This one not as big.
You got to catch everything.
Not as bassy.
We're not bashful.
God, you would cut the sides off that thing.
Quickly to Brandon Card, hooked up again.
God, he's a fighter. He's not like that big, but I mean, he's a good one. He thinks he's big. I think he's like a 4-pounder. Whoa, golly. Sheesh. Man, he ate his Wheaties this morning. He's not that big. He's like a 4. He'll definitely help. Come on. Yes. Nice one. You ready?
Scales are ready. £4 4 ounces.
4-4. 4-4.
Brandon Card extending his lead right there. We still think of him as a fresh-faced rookie, but he's a 10-year veteran, and those years have taught him that you take every day, one day at a time.
Another one. Oh, God, another one. Oh, my gosh, big one. For whatever reason, this week, I've just kind of been focused on each day at a time and really just each fish as they come. So, you know, I haven't really even thought about what it would really mean to win. I'm just super focused on just doing the best that I can out there on the water, but I can only imagine what it would be like to hoist that trophy. It would just be a dream come true, you know, something I've dreamed about ever since I was a little boy.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
No place like this, Lake Fork here in Texas, about an hour east of Dallas. Day number 2, very important day. You don't want to miss out on your shot to fish a third or even possibly a fourth day here, which means you got to be in the top 49 before it is all over. There's our official weights for you right there. Brandon Card on a run here on day 2 for sure. Patrick Walters struck first. Giant early on. Seth Fighter, a solid day. Chad Morgan-Taylor, ditto for him. Very solid day for Chad as well. And Takumi Ito from the 70s, right, Suits?
73rd.
73rd. He moves up into our top 5. Incredible.
And here's the amazing thing, 26 pounds and 2 ounces, and Takumi Ito actually has a lot of room to grow. 73rd place all the way up to officially 5th place right now. And here's what I think the really cool thing is with Takumi Ito. We see a lot of guys in this tournament really kind of doing the same thing, hodgepodging around, you know, switching little areas, fishing points. See a lot of guys that are sight fishing. Takumi Ito fishing in a very popular creek right now on Lake Fork. That was from earlier today. Little flick shake worm on light line, 5 bass, 26 pounds and 2 ounces, doing something totally different. I guess that was the point I was trying to make, than the rest of the anglers we've been following.
How many people are watching that and saying, man, I could do that. I could catch them that way. And planning their trips to Lake Fork right now, boys, inspirational what you can get done in a morning, not even a full morning out here from 73rd to 5th.
I don't think anybody saw 8 to 10 feet of water with a flick shake wacky rig worm playing a major factor with all of these storms coming in. Going to get back into Little Caney right now with your leader, Brandon Card. Big morning.
Ito needs a 5'11" to get rid of that 113 to top 30 pounds. That's all he needs.
I'll remind you, haven't talked about this in a while.
There he is.
With us. Shortened day today. We'll get on to that in a minute.
Okay. I almost think these 4-pounders pull harder than the bigger ones. He's kind of hooked in the side.
Boy, there are guys like Keith Combs that are going to watch this footage of where he's catching them.
Hardcore 3+ crankbait.
Wow.
That was about 10 or so foot deep. There you go. Ready?
Scales are ready. £3 pounds, 5 ounces.
35. Let's get back in there quick.
1 ounce upgrade.
Look at that, Brandon, talking about how fighting. A lot of our anglers talking about how built and what great fighters these particular bass are in Lake Fork. Remarkable place.
It's amazing to see a guy like this in an area that's so well known, but you feel like that bank, a lot of those spawners that were up shallow sucked a lot of our field shallow in practice. Brandon Card completely left alone in one of the most popular areas of Lake Fork.
There he is. Oh, God. Another good one. Oh, golly. Doing backflips and everything. They're jumping everywhere. Holy cow. Got this one on the deeper Yozeri jerkbait. Get away from that trolling motor.
Yes. That'll help.
That'll work.
Got that one on the deeper one. You ready?
L0.
Not quite 4.
3 pounds, 11 ounces.
311. It's a nice little healthy Lake Fork bass.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, started with some small ones today. Thought maybe he'd hit it too hard yesterday, but boy, he got the ladder moving in the right direction. The weight has gone up. He's been in the lead for a long time. Our Humminbird bird's eye view now of Chris Zaldain in this spot that he's convinced can do it for him. He says it can happen fast here.
And really, and so many of our viewers know this, to the right of where Zaldain is, probably one of the biggest spawning pockets on the entire lake. And Zaldain, as he said, that point right there, that shallow point, really from 2 to 8 feet of water, just a stop sign. You know, you got a lot of fish that are in transition coming, pre-spawn fish, a lot of post-spawn fish. That gives you a really good look at what Zaldain said. Man, it's all about timing. When those gizzard shad cross that point, those fish will absolutely go nuts. And it's really cool to watch guys like Zaldain and Brandon Card today, to where these fish, and we talked about it, they're so conditioned, they're so smart from the pressure on Lake Fork, but there are windows where they are not that smart, and we've seen that so far in this tournament. That is a great shot from, I believe that's probably Wes Miller flying that drone. Like to know,
All right, I gotta eat something.
looking at that point,
This is wearing me
how
out.
many bass have been caught off of that point since this lake was impounded.
Heavy machinery. Freaking side right here is so soft. I gotta eat a half a sandwich. Take a moment.
Chris Zaldain gonna put that big rod down for a few minutes so get the feeling back in his arms for a few minutes. Enjoy some.
Getting a little wore out.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. That thing's like Paul Bunyan pool cue.
It's like he's saltwater fishing, yanking in tuna.
Yeah.
Boy, a couple other guys are making moves today. Jeff Gustafson was like 48th. He's 10th right now. Jason Christie, we mentioned, was having a slow day. Yesterday, he caught some fish late. He's 58th, but now he's 12th. Today, he's got one of the bigger bags, almost 17 pounds.
Oh, man.
Last event's winner.
Hey, something to start to watch, though, Tommy.
Yeah.
We talked about it at the top of the broadcast, actually got to talk about it at the end of the broadcast on day one. It's been very, very slow for Patrick Walters. 2 fish today. Did not catch a ton of bass on day one. Start to fish against a little bit of an hourglass. Having a shortened day, in case you're just joining Bassmaster Live, we got a shortened day of fishing. First flight has to check in at 1:40 due to the storms that are predicted.
Well, I just looked at the weather map, and it will hit hard. There's a big orange coming this afternoon.
Yeah, they're worried
Not
about
sure exactly
no boy.
when.
things
No
like hail
boy.
and straight line winds.
The old
tornadoes.
Texas storm.
No. Let's take a look at that map, Such. Ow.
That's a little bit of a squall.
Yeah, that's more than a squall.
Yeah.
It's headed right for Fork. Look at that big one.
Oh, it's closer than, yeah. closer than you
Yeah,
think. My word.
That is not a little whippet right there.
No, that's a nasty one.
Z, do you have any tips for people out there who are trying to catch bedfish right after a hailstorm? Is there any kind of, do you need to switch up color or action?
I don't know what that question actually meant. The only thing I would recommend is to don't be on the water during a storm like that. There he is.
Yeah, first chance to visit with Lee Livesey. B&W Trailer Hitch is on the line with Lee. Spent a lot of time with you yesterday. You just kind of kept progressing through the day, Lee. And how's it gone? What's the arc of achievement today?
I didn't hear anything you said.
Okay, probably just as well. Lee, how's it gone for you today? If you got a minute for us.
Is Zona fired up or what?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I hadn't caught anything. That's pretty much it. I just had a big one, missed my bait here. I didn't catch any big ones. I got lucky and caught a 4-pounder. Got like 12 pounds. I finally left that area. Went to where I caught my 2 big ones, didn't catch anything. I just pulled out here on the main lake and missed a big one, my second cast. So we're about to start running around, making trying to find something new. You know, it's I had one other area that was really good. I think Chris is on it. I'm not going to go in there, so I'm just going to run around the lake and run some new stuff and see what I can find. You know, I'm not good at bed fishing. I don't like bed fishing. So I'm going to keep a big swim bait in my hand and a big topwater and see where it falls. You know, I got 12 pounds right now, so it's going to get me close to the cut if I don't catch another bass. But we're going to run into them. We're about to go like crazy, running around, hitting everything in the world. We'll find something.
Hey, Lee, you really predicted how you thought this tournament would transpire on days 1 and 2. And you made the comment that there's no way that this tournament would be won sight fishing. Walk us through how you see the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, setting up as of right now from what you've seen the last 2 days.
Well, I see Patrick Walters catching about 35 pounds each day with his system. That's what I see. Not much is going to change. You know, these guys can still see these bed fish. It's not too bad. You know, it just depends. This weather will probably help us. You know, the shad don't care. They're still going to spawn. The bass are still going to spawn. The wind's going to help. You know, the bed fishing guys are probably going to have less pressure in those pockets from the locals just because of the weather system coming in. So I see it getting a little bit better each day. And hopefully I can have some fish move out here on the main lake because they're not out here.
All right, Lee, thank you for your time today. Lee Livesey of the 3rd year, the Bassmaster Elite Series, broke through into the winner's circle. A great effort last season at Chickamauga.
It was just, you know, I can't even express what it was. It happened so quick. And that's what I said then. It was like the week started and it was over. I had a trophy. Like that quick. It was like just, you know, it was just surreal how quick it happened. And it can happen again right here. That's a lot of years of dreaming and never thinking you're going to be the one that wins one. And then, like I said, in an instant, you know, you're the guy that just won an Elite Series event. So it makes you want to win another one really bad.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
Heading on closer to midday here on this all-important day number 2 of fishing at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork. Once again, we got the full field out there today and only 49 fishing tomorrow. Brandon Card has had a dynamic morning for sure. He has brought a lot of weight across the bow of his boat there today. Patrick Walters, after a quick start, been a little quiet the last hour or 2. Seth Fighter made some headway into that leaderboard. Chad Morgan-Taylor, a solid day. Takumi Ito, giant fish, actually tied with Patrick Walters for our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day. Back over to Chris Saldane.
And fair to say, Tommy Sanders, Chris Zaldain has bunkered in to this point. He has been there all morning long.
Oh gosh, little guy. It's usually after you catch one where this really started erupting. Two, three. Two, three, two, three, two, three. What's that? 2, 3.
Fourth fish of the day for Chris Zaldain. I think it was 2-3, as I understand. Show you something from just moments ago. Patrick Walters.
Like a snack for his fish yesterday.
Yeah, not what he's been looking for today for sure.
Hank Cherry just caught his first fish. He came into the weigh-in yesterday with 18-12, 47th, and was shocked that he was that deep. He caught a 6-pounder today, though, 6-1. First fish.
Back to your leader, Brandon Card.
Perfect.
You could see Brandon Card, he's definitely made some great bait adjustments. Cranked most all of day one. Transitioned to a jerk bait. Yozuri jerk bait, shallow and deep running. Now kind of, could tell he's testing different things out. You know, you're sitting with 25 pounds. You're in pretty good shape for day 3, semifinal Saturday.
We'll take a look at Brandon Card's day today. Had a good luck at this spot on day 1.
Yeah, and it's really, if you watched what happened earlier today, we were texting back and forth with Davey Height.
Stop fighting.
Brandon Card, eerily similar to Lee Livesey on day 1, having a week through some smaller fish.
Look at that Yozuri jerk
And
bait.
as he caught a couple 1.5 to 2 pounders, big one started to bite, and that's one of the things that he said after day 1. Man, these fish are mixed up in size. You'll catch a 2-pound Lake Fork bass and turn around and catch a big one, 4 to 5 pounder. But he went on a pretty good flurry of back-to-back 4 to 5 pounders. Brandon Card with a big morning on Lake Fork.
Brandon Card still.
That's a hardcore.
Still looking for his first Elite Series win.
That'll help. Put that on the deeper one.
Told us a little earlier this morning. Said I don't think about what it would be like to win.
Well, we got the school fired up twice. Once was on a jerk bait up a little shallower, actually up on the point, and now I've got them back kind of where I was catching them yesterday. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of fish here. I definitely had to switch up baits today. Yesterday was almost all crankbait. Today has been a jerkbait, Yozuri 3DB jerkbait 110, just the regular version, and then also the deep.
Caught a few on I think I caught one nice one on a hardcore 3+ crankbait, but that's kind of been the deal so far. I'm trying a hand-poured swim bait right now. My buddy Brian McGill makes back in East Tennessee. Just something kind of told me to give that a go. There's lots of bait fish in this area, so just trying to keep my options open on the bait selection. Yesterday, these fish weren't very educated, and I could just catch them on a crankbait. But today, it seems like I'm having to switch up presentation. So hopefully, I can get a good one on this hand-poured swim bait here. That'd be cool.
Tommy, the reaction on social media, Patrick Walters with 32 yesterday, was he was going to run away with this event.
This
but
has definitely been an awesome spot. When I found it in practice, I knew it had potential, but I just didn't know that there would be this many fish here. I mean, there's so many fish here. I just hope more fish keep coming and that it reloads every night. I'm getting bumps right now. There he is, swim bait fish. He ain't gonna make the squad. Uh-oh, sorry, bud.
And I know we're on Lake Fork, but you also want to ask yourself, when do you back off
When you're throwing a swim bait, don't set the hook until you feel them, because I was feeling a little doink, 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 and then it loaded up. So that's what happens a lot of times. Like one will kind of swap at it, another one will, and then finally one will take it. See, I just had another bump right there. There's sometimes you can, it's like you're slow rolling it and you go do like a little quick handle turn. I just had another bump. It's kind of making it erratic.
Brody, you said the social media was saying,
Yeah.
hey, it's going to be Patrick Walters' runaway again?
Well, we've seen it here in 2019, this time of year. Chad Pipkins had two 30-pound days, had a big lead after 2 days of competition, and gave it away in just 1 day. So a simple 1 day lead doesn't indicate anything like that. Brandon Card obviously showing that, how quickly the leaderboard can flip-flop.
Gussie joins our anglers with more than 20 pounds. He just added a 5.5. He's up to 21-12, 6th place.
Really fun to watch Chad Morgan-Taylor, the veteran, doing his thing here. Again, he had a great season last year. It's been a struggle for Chad. I'm sure he's not totally satisfied with the way it's gone for him here in 2021, but boy, making some inroads today, and he knows, I mean, you gotta strike a balance, having fun, but making the right calls and getting it done.
I literally have been exposed to so many things and so many different conditions that I have learned to always trust your gut feelings, go with your intuition, don't fight certain things. In other words, if there are areas and specialties that are working well for you, go to the fullest with it. Just absolutely have fun with everything. That is probably the most important thing that I have learned to this point is as an angler. You got to take it serious, but you got to have fun doing it as well.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Next event as we move into the second half of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series, onward to the state of Alabama, the Whataburger Bassmaster Elite, coming to you from Neely Henry. First time for the Elite Series to be at Neely Henry in Gadsden, Alabama. Should be a lot of fun. And then on on to Guntersville from there. So big swing through Texas, big swing through Alabama. Man, we are hitting the bass fishing states this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And of course, our tournament leader here, Brandon Card, I know he's looking forward to getting to Guntersville. He's had some good experiences there, including the last Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic.
Absolutely big tournament there for Brandon Card, and he has thrashed them this morning. And I'll tell you, really, a lot of the leaders that we have cameras on today kind of making it look a little bit easy on Lake Fork, but it is far from that. If you look down Bass Track right now, there's a lot of guys that crushed them on day one that are sitting still on one fish, two fish.
Here's a good swim bait fish. I don't know if he'll help the squad. I don't think he will. Nope. Well, there's your swim bait fish there, Brian, Jackie. We're not even gonna put him on the scale. Nice fish though.
Z, you asked that a great question. At what point does Brandon start thinking about maybe easing off the accelerator on this place a little bit? What do you think?
You know, I mean, he's got a pretty good bag for a shortened fishing day sitting on 25 pounds, but you also say to yourself, not knowing the other scores, man, maybe I just need to burn it all down here today, which it appears that's where he's headed at right now.
Well, with the weather coming, isn't it going to change things up, and he'll have to refine them tomorrow anyway, wouldn't he?
Possibly.
It seems like there's a lot of bass there as he's hooked up again.
Well, he's getting close to yesterday's bag. He's still got a 311 and a 4.4, and his smallest yesterday was a 410.
Looks like a helper here.
Yeah, a little better one here. Oh yeah.
No. Yes, yes. There we go, folks. Nice one. The cool thing about this spot is that it's we got pre-spawners and post-spawners. I don't know what that one is, but it's chunky for sure. Are you ready?
Ready. 4 pounds, 12 ounces.
412. Man, there's lots of quality here. I mean, a lot of like right under 5 to 6 something. Nice. Thanks.
Nice job.
That was cool. That was a cool bite. Now I can reel them in a little bit faster with this swim bait. I got 18-pound T7 fluorocarbon on this deal. So
And if you're just tuning in, slow day for Patrick Walters. One big one. 1 over 8 earlier. Since then, nothing over 2 pounds.
Taku got rid of his 1 pounder with a 211 a minute ago. He's up to 27 even in 4th place. And the Reed's Spring guys, Brian Snowden is in our top 10 right now. Join Chad Morgan Taylor.
Some bonus coverage coming up here. A winner already this season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Well, he was very much looking forward to getting down here. Jeff Gustafson, and there he is right now. And Jeff, tell us kind of how your day's going right now. Obviously not bad at all, right?
Yeah, well, hey, I like when you guys call me. That's usually a good sign. And yeah, I just came and hit one of my little hard spot offshore spots from 2019 that was really good to me. Fished it a couple times in practice. Did a quick drive by on it yesterday. Hadn't had anything. Pulled up and caught 2 5s back-to-back casts. So I'm really happy because this boat's not going to be going near any bed and bass the rest of the day, and I'm staying off the bank. So that's my program.
Jeff, do you see that this is a tournament that you're eventually going to have to go back to the bank, or will you live offshore the rest of the weekend?
Well, I think hopefully I got enough now where the pressure's off. I get to fish tomorrow, and no, I mean, I think I'll probably keep doing this. I got on a little shad spawn deal this morning too, and caught a bunch, but not not a lot of the right ones. But just from past experience here, when you find that, I mean, usually, and I did see a couple big ones blow up in this pack, and I caught some 3-pounders, so there was some decent ones there. But yeah, I mean, just run around, and the places where I'm catching them, the wind's sort of setting them up. I think it's been 2 days of the same sort of wind blowing in on this stuff, and obviously that's probably part of the help.
Jeff, you passed by our area while you were in residence there at Lake Fork, more or less, and you say, they're everywhere on the bank. They're all over the bank there. But did you from the start say, I'm just not gonna try to sight fish so much, or did that sort of the immediate?
You know what?
Yeah.
I had a poor practice. Like I wasn't really able to catch them offshore very good. I mean, I caught a fish here and there, but I never found like any groups, and I didn't catch big ones. So they are everywhere on the bank. The problem is they're just, it's just a lot of pressure out here. They're hard to catch, and I hate fishing around other boats and that sort of thing. So this, I know they're coming to this stuff. If we were here 2 weeks from now, it'd be really right up my alley. But yeah, a lot of pressure off. Just on those 2 fish. I've been riding a little slump the last couple tournaments, so back in the game.
Well, that's nice that we get it. Thank you for your time, Jeff, and of course, I'm guessing we're going to look at that great performance that we had on Tellico, Fort Loudon.
Jeff Gustafson finding something different that really no other angler exploited in this tournament. A couple anglers tried to do that throughout the event, but Gussie catching all over size smallmouth, which a lot of the locals said would not be done. You might be able to do it 1, maybe 2 days, doing it 4 days in a row. And that's why it's really no big surprise to see what he's doing here on Fork, a tournament that was said to be dominated, could have been dominated within, I don't know, 3 or 4 feet from the bank. Seeing Gussie fishing a little bit offshore, not a big surprise, but a flawless performance on Tellico and Loudon.
Yeah. Totally left alone to do something that he's been doing for years and years, a technique he has been pretty much one of the main proponents of throughout the sport of fishing, and becoming the 2nd Canadian angler to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event, 2021 Bassmaster Elite Series Tennessee River champ there at Knoxville, Jeff Gustafson. To Brandon Card.
It seems like we keep going back to Brandon Card, Tommy Sanders.
It's like he says, there's quality here. There's some good fish here.
Absolutely throttled him this morning.
Wow.
Safety off.
You see that? You see my rod? There he is. Oh God, biggin. Dang, good one. Where you going, buddy? Oh. Come on. Let's go. Keep coming. Yes. Whoa. That swim bait is gone. Brian, you're my boy, Brian. God, that's a good one. Ooh.
Scales are ready.
Yes.
6 pounds, 12 ounces.
612. 612. God, that's just a tank. Look how thick. 612. Love it. There's some dandies
like
here,
I said,
boys.
don't leave that spot. Do not
you
leave
nailed
that
it.
spot.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the quality is.
Just like I was saying, when you feel that bump, it's bumping me, and then all of a sudden it just loaded up. Oh, that's cool. Let's get back after it.
You know, and he said yesterday he did this on his, and I don't know if this is the spot that he did it to yesterday, but he said he sat on an area for hours because he knew that other anglers in the pockets could see him.
Or white bass, like kind of swapping at it. And then a big largemouth gets aggravated and he just comes and engulfs it like that one did. Yeah, exactly.
And Card made the comment he was not going to let anybody else have that school yesterday.
I want you to look. Broke that one off.
He gained about 2.5 pounds on that call. It's up to
that was cool.
28 pounds.
Yeah, creeping toward 30. And boy, from what we've seen, you have every reason to believe he's perfectly capable of getting there sooner rather than later.
That is pretty impressive on a shortened day. Humminbird, bird's eye view, Chad Morgan-Taylor. Very popular spawning pocket / bay on Lake Fork, fishing a lot of that outer cover that he said was so critical to his bigger bites on day one.
Two Table Rock guys. Brian Snowden in 5th place and Chad Morgan-Taylor, sort of an adopted Table Rock guy.
I think Brian Snowden is one of the TTBC winners.
Right.
I don't know if it was at Fork, but I think he was a part of the team. There was 3 or 4 guys. It was a different format back then where it was a team competition for the TTBC, and I think he took the title in that one. Might have been a Lake Fork.
Like Brandon Card, you see Morgan-Taylor kind of adjusting a little bit, going to a lot of bigger profile baits. Looks like he's flipping a lot bigger jig compared to a tube that he was getting a lot of bites with yesterday.
If I do, it very well could be a big one. And this water's just about the right clarity with this wind coming in. I felt like I needed a... Well, we'll get back over there where it's not as windy, but I felt like I needed a bigger profile. I fished it just a little bit yesterday afternoon when the wind got to blowing.
Snowden jumped up. He's caught 2 5-pounders in the last 20 minutes.
Wow.
18-10 on the day in 5th place.
And it's very important that he catches them
Now this
just
ain't
like
gonna
he did
work.
last week, because he zeroed both days at Pickwick, did not receive points, and if he wants to make the Classic, he's got to have a couple of those top 20s and upper echelon finishes to gain points back.
Yeah.
And we can't go fighting
You know, what's really unique about coming to Lake Fork, Tommy, from other predominant sight fishing tournaments that we've had throughout the country, doesn't matter if you're in, you know, Virginia to South Carolina to Alabama, doesn't matter. It seems like when you're in a predominant sight fishing tournament that it's a shallow tournament. You know what I mean? Where, yeah, there's probably 8 out of your top 10 guys sight fishing, maybe a couple other guys squirreling around shallow doing something. But whenever it seems you come to Lake Fork, there's always that X factor of offshore, no matter what time of year it is. And this was one of those tournaments that everybody coming into this really thought it was going to be dominated shallow. And then you hear a guy like Lee Livesey say, no, it will be one off of the bank. And that's what makes this lake unique to when, hey, there might be 80% of the population of bass 5 foot or shallower in this lake, but there's always that outer factor that applies here that we don't see in other lakes throughout the country this time of year.
Now, is
Bassmaster.
Yeah, live. Is there any possibility? I mean, what, this front goes through, the wind shifts from the south, I mean, it gets warm. Can this thing be reborn as a little bit more of a bed fishing, sight fishing tournament?
Absolutely, just for the simple fact that we know what snuck up shallow on Monday and Tuesday, and there's a good chance that they just got knocked back for a couple days, and we could see that happen again. Back to Zaldane live, who has literally not moved all day.
Check back in with Quentin Capo. Started this day in second place. Fantastic 28-pound day. Day number 1. Wind starting to get a little more insistent.
There you go. Okay.
Last keeper came about 8:48 this morning, so looking to sort of break up his late morning with a couple of good keepers here. Again, we remind you we're going to have a shortened day by at least an hour for most of our anglers because of some potentially dangerous weather in the area. Back over to Chad Morgan-Taylor. One big one in there in the box for him, 6.5 rather, excuse me. All the rest of them just pretty much 2.5 pound clones.
Hit 2 of the nice ones yesterday, 6.10 and a 7.13.
He'll kill one. That's gotta be like a 3-pounder.
It is a 3-1.
Yes. You get a little something from that. Chad Morgan-Taylor can slowly build and build on his second day total. Man, oh man, the good work has been put in already by this man. Our leader, Brandon Card, leader since about 9 o'clock this morning. Took over this thing and just one after the other, going numbers, going with great size. He's obviously landed in the spot he wants to be. And will he exploit it for everything he has all day long? Very interesting to see how he approaches it this afternoon, but man, he has gotten his measure of success from this, as Mark Zona tells us, a very well-known spot.
here on Lake Fork. And there's Brandon Card with a 10-pound plus lead now over Patrick Walters. Instead of just giving chase there, but remember the big thing we're watching today? Spot number 49. 49 is the last spot for fishing tomorrow. So moving day continues in just a moment here on Bassmaster Live.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Legendary Lake Fork is our location here in beautiful Quitman, Texas, East Texas to be precise. And what a showdown we've had here this week. Brandon Card trying to chase down his first ever Elite Series victory. And man, does he have a good record in these Texas events. Almost took a title here just a few years ago, and Craig Hackney edged him out this time. But right now, he's got a 10-pound lead on our day one leader, Patrick Walters, with 55 pounds, 7 ounces. And as I mentioned, Patrick Walters sitting in second with 45 pounds even. Seth Fighter, our Angler of the Year leader, coming into this event in third. And here comes Chad Morgenthaler with 42 pounds even. Every single time we come here to beautiful Quitman, Texas, Lake Fork shows out. And once again, it did in a big, big way on day number one. And even with impending weather, it is continuing to deliver here today. This is your Toyota Midday Report. And what way do you want to start a Toyota Midday Report? No better way than with the Zaldangerous one, Chris Zaldain. A two-time Bassmaster winner, Chris Zaldain, famous and infamous for big fish, big baits, and he is delivering once again here on legendary Lake Fork.
Dave Mercer, you're exactly correct. Zaldain doing what he does best, throwing a big swim bait. I know he was excited, circled this event on the calendar when he came into the year, wanting some redemption. Been so close before, and you're right, he's starting off with a great morning so far. Not the biggest ones, but getting some bites early with the big swim bait.
Big bites have paid off for Zaldain in a big way on this very fishery. Took a Toyota Tundra just a few years ago. But look out for this guy, Quentin Capo. He has had a sleepy Elite Series career up to this point. Been waiting for that breakout event, and we might just see it.
Quentin with a couple good fish. He came into the day second place overall, 28 pounds, a career day yesterday for him. Just fishing within sight this morning of Chris Zaldain. It's obviously a good thing when you show up to your spot and two anglers in the top 6 are there, but it's also a bad thing that you have to share fish with one of the top contenders as well.
Splitting fish, always a tough deal on this 27,000 acre impoundment. I mean, an incredible fishery, and that's what makes it so incredible, Ronnie. Time after time, the amount of pressure that Lake Fork gets, and it always delivers. But here's one of the founding fathers of this event. If you go back 15 years ago and you look at the TTBC, one of the guys involved with it was Chad Morgenthaler, so only fitting that Chad Morgenthaler is in the mix this time around.
That's 100% correct. And it's very interesting. We've seen 3 anglers so far for the Toyota Midday Report. Chris Zaldain, Quentin Capo, and Chad Morgenthaler, all relying on different baits and techniques, but still having very similar weights at the top of the leaderboard.
Chad Morgenthaler, a longtime Bassmaster pro, and an Elite Series victory has eluded him. He's tasted victory in the Opens. He's tasted victory just about everywhere but on the Elite Series, and man, how fitting would it be to get it done here on Lake Fork. But the one thing I've learned after over a decade of covering events on this body of water, just when you think you got it, that's when it slips from your hands. A lot of fishing left to go. But Chad Morgenthaler has having a good day, and as I talked about it, a guy who made a little slip, a guy who literally was anointed. If you went on any social media platform yesterday, they already gave him the trophy.
And we've seen that. We rely and think highly of Patrick Walters that he's not going to fall off. But we've said the same thing after 2 days of fishing in 2019 with Chad Pipkins. 2 30-pound days, a big lead going into the cut day, and then dropping off the map. Not that Patrick's done that, but he has leaned on this 8-12 right here. It has carried him. Only 3 fish today for 12 pounds and change. He's definitely gonna have to make an adjustment, but Dave, he said this wasn't even his primary deal. He didn't even want to do it, and yesterday it worked so well, that's all he did. So he does have some other things up his sleeve that we're gonna be able to see him adjust on, and maybe that'll come to fruition this afternoon.
Well, you can't count out Walters, that's for sure. But let's jump over to Brandon Card. Card, also a guy chasing down his first Elite Series title, multiple seconds. But man, Texas Fisheries set up well for Brandon Card. Got a really good track record on these big bite bodies of water.
You mentioned it at the start of the Toyota Midday Report. His second at Texoma just a couple years ago during this very event to Greg Hagney. So close to winning that, coming from 6th place on the final day. But he also has a great track record on this specific lake, as he was one of the guys in the top 10 in 2019 when Brandon Cobb took the title. Card fished deeper than most and had much more success offshore than many expected. And this week, doing something very similar, just a little bit shallower.
Started off his week in a bizarre way. I mean, he's staying at Gary Yamamoto's lodge, and his wife caught her personal best. And the dog, Brandon, everybody was extremely excited, except for maybe his wife, Ronnie.
Exactly. He kind of rebuked her for not wanting to hold her personal best. But it was a great fish catch, an interesting landing. But it's good to see the Cards having fun in Texas. And obviously, day 2, he's having a lot of fun with 28 pounds and an ounce for a limit and roughly a 10-pound lead at the midway point in day 2 over 2nd place, Patrick Walters.
No need to live in the past. This is Bass Live, so let's get live to Brandon Card.
We're back to the swim bait. Yeah, so basically, you know, started on the hammer hole. I'm gonna call it the hammer hole because I caught a ton of fish here yesterday and then pulled up. It was kind of slow at first, and then I saw a few fish bust up shallower, so I kind of drifted up there and picked up a jerk bait, which I hadn't even been throwing. Threw it over there, and you know, obviously caught some good ones there. And then that just kind of proceeded into, I guess they, you know, moved from the point back to where I was catching them, because now, you know, I'm back here throwing pretty much at the exact same spot I was catching them at yesterday, which is out off the point a little ways. And I'm catching them again back out here. So I almost think that those fish were up there doing a shad spawn deal, you know, feeding on the shad this morning. And then when the shad spawn dies off, then I think they just kind of gravitate back out here a little bit deeper. So like I said, Yozuri 30B jerk bait, 110 this morning. That was the deal. And then, you know, now I'm throwing this hand poured swim bait that my buddy Brian makes, Brian McGill. And just trying to catch a few more big ones. You know, I've got a lot of quality, a lot of 4 to, you know, 6.5, or actually almost 7 pounds, 4 to 7 pounds. But if I can get a few more, you know, big fish, that'll really take my bag. I think I got 28 something, so that'll take it, you know, to the lower 30s mark, which is kind of the goal. You know, I like to catch low 30s. Actually, I'd like to catch 40, but I'll take anywhere from 30 to 50. Let's just say that. No, it's been a blessed morning though. The Lord has definitely blessed me with this spot. I found it the final day of practice. I didn't know it was going to be this special of a spot. Really, you know, I caught a couple just average fish here and left. I threw in there like 2 or 3 times and I left. But yeah, I got some other places, but this is definitely the best one of the bunch that I have.
Card talking about 40-pound bag, and one of the startling things, if you look at our day one leader, I mean, just moments ago, I think he put his 8th fish in the boat, but for most of this morning, he had 7 fish and was at 43 pounds and had just at that point surpassed Keith Combs's day one weight on 2014 when he had 42 pounds. That just gives you an idea of just how big those bass are. And speaking of big bass, the Sleepy Assassin, don't sleep on him.
Tell me some good news. Now we're talking.
5-3.
5-3.
Yeah, baby.
Boom. We good?
Yep.
This is just such an interesting event already. We had anglers thinking possibly Dean Rojas's 45-pound single-day record could fall this week to sight fish with how big the big ones were up shallow. And then we've seen guys catching them cranking, jerk bait, swim bait, finesse tactics, so many things other than sight fish that this event has kept us on our toes a day and a half in when Quentin Capo hooked up.
Got him. Doesn't feel like much to him. I think he'll keep. Maybe not. I'm gonna try him. Get your board. Yep. 14. We'll take anything we can get today. 1-3.
Let's split it. 1-4.
On Lake Fork, those ones better have a 0 after them if you want them to count in this tournament.
Now we're going to work our way up shallow a little bit, maybe some sight fish. And the conditions today, Dave, not ideal, but Austin Felix hooked up. Not ideal for the bed fishermen, but tomorrow, Sunday, that could be much better for a Felix and a Morgan Taylor, primarily living up shallow.
Yeah, really, it seems like this could play out the opposite of a traditional sight fishing tournament. When you look at most sight fishing tournaments, Florida events, that sort of thing, guys kind of blister them the first couple of days, and then we get into the weekend and they play small ball to hold on, and that's the question, they can hold on. With what our weather card has dealt us, this could be fireworks come semifinal Saturday and championship Sunday here on Lake Fork.
You having fun? I got 4 also. And one of them is a 1-pounder.
A lot of conditions have changed, not only today with the cloud cover and the storms coming in, shortening the day of fishing, but the 2 days leading up to the start of this event, Tuesday and Wednesday, they experienced pretty cold temperatures from what they were expecting. We had a really cold weather in Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas earlier this year.
As you can see, tough conditions.
Yep.
Nobody's catching
How about that one, folks, on the big jig? I do believe that one's going to help. Yeah. That's why you fish the big jig right there. Uh-huh.
314.
Yeah, I'll go that.
You see, I mean, this is humiliating, Ronnie. As a guy who hosts a fishing show, these guys are doing a better job of a fishing show live than I do in an edited version.
Chill out. Whoa, they're so dang strong. And there's so many trees.
Definitely a window of opportunity is open for the 2 shallow anglers of our 6 on camera today.
Come here. I got you. I got you. Oh, falling over.
5.
We got 5.
Scares the
What's he got, 3.5 or so? Oh no, come on. Come on! He went down in like 315?
315.
315.
That's all we can get out of it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
As you see, all the fish weighed, recorded, and released here in this tournament. That's exactly why that whole system was designed here on Lake Fork 15 years ago, just so they could have a pro-level event here on this incredible, incredible fishery. Legendary Lake Fork, and atop of the leaderboard, Brandon Card with 55 pounds, 7 ounces. This is stop number 5 of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Day number 2 at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Beautiful Quitman, Texas here, Bassmaster Elite Series, our 5th stop of the year. And man, oh, what a tournament we have going here today. A weather-shortened day number 2, but it is moving day, as Tommy Sanders always says. And look at that leaderboard. Lots of moves going on. Brandon Card atop our leaderboard. And Ronnie, you look at that. Nobody is safe on Lake Fork. It doesn't matter what you catch.
Yeah, the weights are so tight that if you catch 20 pounds today, you're going to drop 10 spots. It's got to be 22, 23, 24 pounds. And the guy who's done that this morning better than anyone, Brandon Card, has risen up from lower in our coverage into the top spot because of that.
Look at all those movers on our leaderboard. If you look. If you look at all the movers on our leaderboard, I mean, we got a former TTBC champion. He won it on Conroe back in 2010, Brian Snowden. Jeff Gustafson shakes off the funk that he's been feeling since his victory, and he gets inside the top 10. But let's have a look at 1 and 2 right now. Brandon Card and
Need to
Patrick
find those white
Walters.
bass again, because where I was getting those white bass bites, that's where that big one was.
Kind of have a best of both worlds, or best of every world this week at Lake Fork Mercer with sight fish. You still have pre-spawn fish that Patrick Walters has been catching and some of the guys fishing offshore. You've got shad spawn starting up and just being kind of the early starts of that, so it's inconsistent. Maybe this weekend it'll get stronger for those guys. And then you've got some guys fishing out deeper like Brandon Carr did yesterday until he pulled up to this spot, and which is kind of a mid-depth, not super deep, not super shallow.
I gotta feel that that's also, by the end of this tournament, that could play out to be one of our greatest assets, because this body of water, you know, it isn't that big and it can fish small in certain situations. And what makes it fish smaller is when everybody's doing the same thing. If everybody's sight fishing, if everybody's offshore, but with the anglers spread out, it should distribute some of the fish, or the anglers anyways, and allow it to be more consistent throughout the event.
Yeah, and the positives are that maybe the fish are leaving Walters today in some of these areas, but as ones finish up the spawn, they come out to him. Same thing with Brandon Card. They've got fish kind of coming and going to their areas, and you can tell, just like Chris Aldane did also earlier, those kind of transition spots, you see, oh, pre-spawner, wow, that's a post-spawn fish, you know, and you're going to get a mixture of both, which could be more consistent than the spawn bite.
And let's be honest, Patrick Walters is just playing games.
Yeah.
I mean, he understands. I mean, Rocky would have been the most boring movie ever if he knocked out Clubber Lang in the first round. I mean, you got to play a little possum. He'll be back.
You mentioned it with Card. There are just guys that connect to certain fisheries, and it seems that Walters, especially with his forward-facing sonar and just honing in that skill, has just made a best friend out of Lake Fork, and knowing how to utilize it in that timber off those shallow points, kind of getting away from where everyone else is fishing, like you mentioned. That could be the biggest player this week, is just not being on top of each other within the same areas.
Ronnie, you've known him since collegiate days. Tell me this, two-part question. Number one, could you have predicted this back then? I mean, it's easy to answer that now, I guess. And number two, what is it about him outside? I mean, he's more than just a technology junkie. I mean, what is it about him that has made him as good as he is?
Well, I did text Mark Zona when he asked me 3 rookies coming into the 2019 season to keep an eye on, and I said Patrick Walters was at the top of the list, Drew Cook right behind him. And that was before he had ever used live scope and forward-facing sonar and all the technology. He was just such a well-rounded angler in college. All the national places that we would go, whether it was Tennessee River, whether it was the Herring Lakes that he's grown up on and knows, or a Florida tournament, Walters just seemed to always be steady Eddie, top 20 after top 20 in the college series. And oftentimes you're fishing with different partners. And so when you see an angler be consistent, you know it's more based off of him than necessarily a combo.
I'm still in the area that I started in this morning. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit. And it's still cloudy. I've been able to get, I don't know, I've caught 6 or 8 maybe, I don't know, something like that. 7, 8, 9 fish. I'm right about 18 pounds right now. And I've got some that I'd like to cull out of there. I've got some places that I would like to go look at, but I really don't. I'm really going to try to give this at least another hour. I feel like I'm getting into some of the better stuff, but there's a couple of other anglers in here with me today that's fishing the same stuff, it appears, which is not really a good thing for no more bites than what you're getting. So I'm going to kind of take that into play as well. I'm still pretty much doing the same thing. I'm flipping a Missile Baits D-bomb, a tube, and then I actually picked up a big jig, a Missile Baits headbanger jig, a black and blue one, and caught a 314 a few minutes ago, just because the wind's picking up and I felt like they needed a little bit bulkier bait. So I'm just going to kind of keep experimenting around and see what it does. But it's going about like I expected it to. I mean, I get another big bite or so like I had yesterday, and I'll be right there where I want to be again. I'm still about 5 or 6 pounds short of where I really want to be today. Obviously, more than that would be fantastic, but we'll just take them one at a time from here. So just gonna keep her head down. I'm not really gonna change. I've thrown a few other baits this morning, chatterbait, and what else? A frog. I threw a frog a little while. Threw a buzzbait just a little bit, and I've had no bites at all on them. So I put them away, and my stuff's pretty much gonna stay just doing what I like to do and trying to go as slow as I possibly can. That is a big key, because some of these fish I really feel like could be on the beds in there in the stuff that I'm fishing on. So if you throw the bait in there and take it out too fast, not good. So trying to get everything is nearly impossible, because there's so much of it in here. And any little stick could be a possibility. I caught a 6-pounder off of a stick this morning. So just can't count it out. There's a lot of sticks.
Yeah, it's 10:30. 10:30, I'm kind of bouncing around windblown points here. I decided to stay up the lake. I was gonna go head down, but this wind is not not good for my areas down there. I want to keep bouncing around here and just kind of chase this shad spawn. They're spawning all day. You see the birds, the blue herons all over these points, and it just becomes a timing thing for the bass at that point. So I'm just looking to collide with the shad spawn and the bass feeding on them. I made it up here yesterday about 11:45, 12 o'clock, and that's when it went down. So instead of heading all the way down to the bottom end of the lake and bouncing around, I think I'm going to commit the rest of my day up here and almost wait on them, because I got to take advantage of this wind while I can, because it shifts tomorrow and none of these spots are going to be any good.
Little known fact, but Zaldane a pole vaulter, and as you can see, he's using the pole as a fishing rod here today.
People often think when you use a swim bait or something, Dave, that you're trying to affect the action of the swim bait with your rod, but that's not the case. If you've watched Zaldane all morning, the cadence of his reel, he's actually working the bait completely with his reel handle and not with the rod. The rod is just there for obviously hooking, hopefully a 10-pounder and landing a 10-pounder.
I mean, we've talked a lot the last few weeks, obviously, about Bill Lowen and then Brock Mosley being due. But on that list of due anglers, that dude right there, Chris Zaldane, there's not a bass fishing fan in the world that wouldn't want to see him win here this week.
And oddly has struggled this season, very much so, throughout the first 4 events of the year, with Pickwick being the bright spot. But this week, a bright spot as well. Zaldane highly picked. Over 61% of fantasy fishing players chose him, and he is rewarding them with a great day 1 and a solid start to day 2 so far.
Chris Zaldane always in the mix, and just proving how close you can be, but be so far. 3 out of those 4 previous tournaments, he was with the leaders. But we'll be with our leaders all day long here on Bass Live at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Welcome back to Quitman, Texas, the home location of the 5th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And that was the scene at takeoff here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. But let's have a look at our Seagar Bassmaster Rookie Watch. And atop that leaderboard, Joshua Strachner. And man, he has quietly crept up that leaderboard, Ronnie. And you look at that, hard to believe that Brian New, the angler who won our first event, has dropped to 3rd at this point.
Yeah, and even harder to conceive that he was the leader coming into yesterday's competition, catches 20 pounds and an ounce, and drops to 3rd in the Rookie of the Year standings. That is an incredible feat. You have to catch them, and catch them big this week to do it. And our Rookie of the Year last year, Austin Felix, was in contention all year for AOY as well.
What's going on? Day's looking up a little bit. The conditions seem to be steadily getting a little bit better for sight fishing. I caught 3 fish here in the last 30 minutes to fill my limit. 2 were bedfish. 1 was a Hail Mary tossed to a random tree. But yeah, if we can keep these conditions for now, at least until we have to go in, it should help everybody that's sight fishing, because this morning it was almost impossible to see anything but maybe a black blob. It was not ideal. I'm drinking a Monster so I don't fall asleep on Zona. He was worried about it this morning, or last night. But try my best.
Oh, he's most lethal when he's sleepy. I mean, you see Austin Felix, and if he's jacked up, I mean, I don't think it works. I mean, he's the sleepy assassin.
Kind of just looking for new fish right now.
Never too high, never too low.
There's so few areas that are really out of the wind.
He's also a proven talent at the college level, a college national champion.
Good
Went to the
news
University of
is
Minnesota.
catching 5. I think I got, what do I have, 17 something? 17 pounds. I should be fine to get to fish tomorrow. And the conditions should be better tomorrow, so hopefully we can find some more, catch some of the ones that I couldn't see today, that kind of deal. But I was worried there for a while. We had 1 pound and a quarter, which we still have. I got to get rid of that guy. If we can get rid of that guy with another nice one, we can get over 20.
Over to Chad Morgan-Taylor.
That one might help a little bit.
Smallest is a 2.6.
Zeroed out. Oh yeah.
3-1.
Yeah, he helped. Dadgummit. I knocked the guide out of my rod tip. It's not exactly what I was hoping for there. I'll do a little work on that right quick.
Solid 3/4 of a pound upgrade, roughly.
You know, you look at our leaderboard, Ronnie, and Morgan-Taylor, you know, making a equipment adjustment right now. But when you look at our leaderboard, we are used to talking about northern events and how tight they are. But if you look at our top 49, will move on after tomorrow. And if you look at our leaderboard after yesterday, 49th and 20th is separated by literally just a few ounces over 3 pounds, which on Lake Fork, as we've learned, if you've watched for a 2-minute stretch at any point during this tournament, 3 pounds here is nothing.
Yeah, when there are 76 5+ pounders caught in a single day, you know that the leaderboard can flip at any point. 36 anglers caught 20-pound bags. Dave, we had 51 20-pound bags over the first 4 events combined, and we had 36 single-handedly yesterday.
Wow. And that's why this lake specifically, Texas Parks and Wildlife and everybody involved with this lake, that's why they worked so hard to come up with that method of weighing the fish, because it was always, man, it would be so amazing if we could have a pro level event on Lake Fork, but we just couldn't, because between 16 inches and 24 inches is their slot.
Which is incredible. An 8.14 from Patrick Walters yesterday doesn't make it to weigh-in because it's 22 to 23 inches, and yet a 8.5 pounder could be 25 inches. And so they come in so many shapes and sizes that some of the biggest fish that you'll catch in your life in a tournament would have to be turned back here if they didn't have the catch-weight release for this event.
It's a lot of 5-pounders, Ronnie. I mean, that is literally more 5-pounders than I'll probably catch in a decade. But, to talk about it is one thing, but to see it really, really shows you every one of those little every one of those is a 5-pound bass. Right now, everybody that's ever going to fish Lake Fork is screen grabbing the crap out of this shot.
And just think, these are the only ones that were caught during competition, not just the ones that are swimming by that didn't pull up on bed yet, that'll be up on bed tomorrow, or that'll bite a topwater lure Sunday. There's a lot of opportunities in the Unlock the Lake. Every square inch of Lake Fork is just busting with potential of catching a 5, 6, 7, 8 pounder. Hey, maybe an 11-1 like Brandon Cobb caught in 2019.
And if you look at that, this Humminbird Unlock the Lake truly does unlock what's happening here. You see guys catching fish in every single area of the lake, whether it be off the shore, whether it be those back bays or those long points where those fish are staging. And oh my goodness, that right there, I mean, that gets me excited. I don't care who you are, that's exciting. If you, let's go over to Brandon Card.
A lot of different technology being utilized in bass fishing these days, but it just helps unlock the potential of unfished water, Dave. You see fish that suspend over 20 feet of water that you just don't catch anymore or have never caught. You can now find them, target them, and see them react on your electronics, and even putting in a audio also helping attract fish.
You know, Ronnie, we talk about that technology, and it really stood out to me, not hearing it from our pros, but when you talk to somebody like Kyle Brookshire, who runs the Share Lunker program, and you ask him, why were there so many this year? And you know what I mean? Why was it such a great year? There was a lot of reasons, but one of the top 3 reasons he told me is just simply because that technology allows these anglers to access fish that they never, ever could catch. And the truth is, a lot of those staging fish are the bigger ones.
Dang, there's a lot of them in there.
And it's not just for deep water. You see on the top left of this graph, they're 7.7 to 8 feet deep. Still being able to use that. To see a brush pile, standing timber, a pot of bait, and you can see how the fish react to it. You have structure picked up by 360, 2D side imaging. So many options, but you still got to catch them. And we're seeing that guys who have this technology down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Meanwhile, guys who just put it on their boats this year are excelling in the event.
Like everything, there is no key to it all. I mean, it's using it right, and the guy that's using it best right now is Brandon Card atop your leaderboard. But right behind him in second place, our defending champion Patrick Walters here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. Guaranteed Rate, a Bassmaster Elite, back here at Lake Fork in beautiful Quitman, Texas. This is day number 2, moving day. Got to stay inside the top 49 to keep your tournament alive. And our Humminbird bird's eye view gives me a view of my buddy, the sleepy assassin, Austin Felix, last year's Rookie of the Year, currently sitting in 5th place here on Lake Fork on day number 2.
Totally different situation and conditions from last fall, but Felix is learning a little bit more about this lake that maybe he knew back in November when he had a shot to close out and win Angler of the Year at this very event. Had a really tough event, missed the cut, but obviously learned a lot about how these fish react and set up in position when they're not on the bank to be able to help him for this event. He's obviously sight fishing for over half of his fish so far, but he's got some other things up his sleeve he plans on utilizing.
For the crew watching over at the minnow bucket, that is a spinning rod. 12-1 behind the leader. And when you look at that just on paper, you're like, wow, that's miles. But really, you have to remind yourself, and that's the magical thing about this fishery, Ronnie. Every single time you cast, it is one of those, it's like the California Delta, it's like Lake Okeechobee, any of those historic bass fisheries. Every single cast, that tick at the end of your line, literally can change your day, change your tournament, and change your life.
We're seeing a lot more 25, 26-pound bags over today and yesterday's competition, but back in 2019, that's exactly what Brandon Cobb had, a 25 to 26-pound bag until he set the hook on an 11-1. Like you said, not only a life-changing fish, probably a personal best, but that made his limit go to 37 pounds, and he dominated the event from that point forward.
I had the pleasure of watching that with Lee Livesey, which was very uncomfortable, I'll be honest. At the time, was very, very uncomfortable. But that's what this lake is famous for too, Ronnie. I mean, if you look at the history of this event, Jason Christie once led this event for the entire tournament, all but the last 10 minutes. Brent Ehrler, he was leading Big Bass, which at the time paid a Toyota Tundra. He was leading the overall tournament, and in the last 10 minutes, Brent Ehrler took Big Bass and the tournament away from him with one hook set.
I feel like this year with the spring, the fall, it's hit or miss. If you're on them, you can pull away from the field. You can pull away from the field no matter what time of the year it is for Lake Fork. But in the spring, I feel like when we get to Championship Sunday, we're going to have a couple guys within a less than a share lunker, which is very conceivable, from being able to win the event.
Speaking of share lunkers, there's a 15-pounder getting released on this lake today. That the same 15-pounder that was documented earlier this year that was caught was brought back to the Lunker Bunker in Athens, where the great folks from Texas Parks and Wildlife do everything they do to make sure that there's more of those share lunkers going out there. Well, the fish has done its spawning routine, and now it's going back to its rightful home on Lake Fork. They are not releasing the location because, as you can imagine, tomorrow it would have half our fields.
and Tommy and I and Such, we would drive down there as well. It's only 3 hours and change from Little Rock. There would be a lot of people.
We've had enough fun in here. Can't see nothing. Let's go find somewhere we can see.
Comment he made about seeing. Man, that's the thing that is really the most interesting part to me with this incoming storm. I mean, that part of the world, it doesn't take water very well. The venue, anybody who's spent any time there, the rain comes heavy, comes hard, and all of a sudden stuff starts to flood, and that runoff makes that water dirty. These sight anglers stop seeing, and it could help things get a lot better for the offshore guys.
Yeah, a lot of those guys just fishing down the bank. Chad Morgan-Taylor, we saw Luke Palmer in the background, a Chad shot. Those guys just flipping shallow cover or just fishing down the bank instead of specifically looking at them. That could open up a lot of possibilities, even with maybe top water or other techniques. We've already seen 5 or 6 just during our midday break today.
That an aerial shot of our defending Rookie of the Year, Austin Felix, the Sleepy Assassin. But let's not worry about Rookie of the Year. Let's look at our leaderboard. Brandon Card with 55 pounds, 7 ounces. Yesterday's leader, Patrick Walters, 46 pounds, 4 ounces. And Chad Morgan-Taylor in your top 3. Look at that leaderboard. Take a screen grab right now and watch. It continues to change. That's the only thing that is guaranteed here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork, the 5th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
B.A.S.S Bassmaster Live, pushing on into the afternoon, or toward the afternoon at this point, local time anyway. Going to be about an hour earlier on our way in, our check-in for our anglers today. Brandon Card started the day in third place. Patrick Walters had a substantial lead to begin this day. Did Walters with a good big one, but has been fairly quiet since then, and Brandon Card has made time. Mark Zona, he has really put together a fantastic, massive day, 28 pounds plus.
5.5 pound average right now for Brandon Card. And really, I hate to say it, we needed Patrick Walters to slow up a little bit, Tommy. And hey, while we were at break, and Dave Mercer, Ron Moore, and Davey Hyde, the whole gang,
sure.
Austin Felix creeping back in our top 10 because he was tumbling down the leaderboard all morning long. And fair to say, Takumi Ito with the performance of the day, at least thus far, with 27-13. Well, it's not really the performance of the day because Brandon Card does have 28-1. Taking a look at our playing field here on Minn Kota Unlock the Lake Fork. Always in a V shape, and a lot of our usual areas at play. A little bit over 27,000 acres. But you see Caney, Little Caney, Glade at play. A few anglers up in Birch, but really the best way to put it, it's truly been mid-lake to the dam, at least so far, for the predominant leaders in this tournament. We're going to start to dial that in a lot more as this tournament goes along. Tommy Sanders, to Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Very good. Minn Kota Unlock the Lake for you, and we're ready to plow into the final hours of Bassmaster Live for you today. We try to bring you the full 7 hours, but we're gonna foreshorten the fishing today because of approaching weather. We'll talk about that more a little bit later on. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. So great to be with you here. And Mark Zona, the first day, expectations were changed. What we thought it might be was not what it actually turned out to be on the first day. As we get closer to getting this front in and out of here, well, look forward for us. Look to Saturday and Sunday and see what's in the crystal ball for you.
Really, I think you got to give a hats off right now to Chad Morgan-Taylor, Austin Felix, who are our anglers on camera today that are fishing a lot shallower. It seems like the shallow water bite, at least so far in this tournament, has been a big-time grind, but I think you're going to see that turn around. So hats off to them, really doing a lot with a little bit. I really think these next 2 hours are going to be very interesting to watch to see if these fish ignite before these storms arrive, where guys like Chris Zaldain said they absolutely are going to.
Yeah, a lot of anglers praying for increased wind and so forth like that. Anything to get the churn going and get those catch rates up. And as Ronnie and Dave were talking about in the last hour, man, there we're lighting it up. Yeah, that looks painful. Looks like a little bit of trouble brewing there. Hopefully, none of those dangerous conditions will prevail, but out of an abundance of caution, they are going to foreshorten the fishing day today.
In that, Tommy Sanders.
Yeah, first boat's going to check in at 1:40 rather than closer to 2:40, getting on toward 3 o'clock as we get back live out on the lake for you.
Man, I decided to wait it out, man. I don't know what I got, 4 fish on the scorecard, Doug? Yep. One tiny one. At this time yesterday, I had 7 pounds. And it happens quick, like I said. So, I mean, all the conditions are right. Southeast wind crashing onto this, shell point, clay point. There's still plenty of shad in the area. I'm gonna commit, man. This is like a get-rich-quick scheme. I mean, when it goes down, it's like you get so healthy. So if I could just get a couple more big bites here and actually land them. Yesterday I lost 2 giants. If you land them, you have over 30 pounds. So that's what I'm banking on today.
Have we ever seen Chris Zaldain swim bait one spot all day?
Not all day, I don't think.
Not till today, my friend. Pretty much living with a glide bait, mag draft swim bait, high sticking jerk bait. I like his style, Tom Sanders.
Yeah, I do too. I like get rich quick scheme. I love that phrase too. That may be the phrase of the day. How about now we take time for our Yamaha Midday Report. Catch up everyone who's just joining in with us on this Friday afternoon. going to give them an idea of what's happening today, day number 2. And we'll start with that man, Chris Zaldain.
What about now, Tommy Sanders? You heard Chris Zaldain make the comment. This is a get-rich spot. Get rich in a hurry, too.
Yeah.
Actually started there with another angler in our top 5, Quinton Capo. Big glide bait. Said his buddy makes homemade. Living with a mag draft swim bait on another area. We've not seen a lot of the mag draft so far this morning. But the interesting thing, Chris Zaldain said, a lot of post-spawn fish, a lot of pre-spawn fish stop here when they're either leaving glade or entering glade. See, I kind of gave it away right there. From there, we're going to take a look at Quinton Capo. Not a lot of fish today, but definitely the quality has been there, at least for one of them. Living with a square bill crankbait, Strike King 4.0. Fishing very shallow and calm demeanor with Quinton Capo. Kind of needs to get the ball rolling, get some numbers in the boat.
Yeah, had a fantastic 28-pound day on day number 1. Started his day fishing pretty much adjacent to that spot where Chris Zaldain started this morning.
Yeah, big fish here for Capo. This was a fish that did not come in that same area that we saw him with Chris Zaldain. Kind of hooked around the corner, not too far from your official leader, Brandon Card.
This one just like that, but that's all right.
All in all, a good day for Quinton, a good tournament, I should say, for Quinton Capo. And plenty more fishing yet to come in this tournament. He'll be here on day number 3. Chad Morgan Taylor, the veteran here, seemingly making the right decision.
Chad Morgan Taylor. Kind of watch a lot of the cover. While we're watching these fish catches with Morgan Taylor, he said little stobs, little pieces of cover, little areas. He said, man, I don't know what they are. I don't know if they're little baby willow trees, but like Chris Zaldain, he said, I think they're coming and going. You see those stick-ups right there? He said, I think the post-spawn fish come to these sticks. I really think a lot of the pre-spawn fish stop on those little stobs before they get to the back of these pockets to spawn. He's kind of lived with a Texas rig tube. Got to see Seth Fighter doing that on day number 1. And we've seen him switch up, going to a bigger jig every now and then, keeping it honest with a bigger profile. Chad Morgan Taylor, if this was a flippin' only event, by far leading the way. And there's a solid one for Morgan Taylor on that jig during our midday break.
18-11 so far for Chad, so a good day so far. Patrick Walters, though, with the amazing day yesterday, just really knocked their lights out, and it looked like it would just pick up right where it left off to start this day, Z.
Yeah, it really did, and we kind of... Tommy, we're starting to get worried we might have a snowball runaway, as Ron Moore talked about earlier today. Patrick Walters living with his live scope sonar, glide bait, jerk bait, and that's about all we've seen him throwing throughout this tournament. Kind of just catches this almost 9-pounder that gave up about midway to the boat. But after that bass, and that bass was really early, things just kind of slowed down for Patrick Walters, still sitting on only 4 fish.
Here's the man who's made the big move today, Brandon Card, in a place that you say, Z, is a very well-known spot.
It is as well known as anywhere that we've covered throughout this tournament or any tournament on Lake Fork. There's a lot of history in the area that Brandon Card is fishing, making an adjustment, and it's been a pleasure, a treasure to watch Brandon Card rotate baits. Yesterday, living with mid-running to deep-running crankbaits. Today, switching up to Yozuri, shallow-running jerkbait and deep-running jerkbait, but some key bites on a swim bait mid-morning. Brandon Card has leaned on this spot all day long. And yesterday, he made the comment, he ignited a school on one specific spot where there was a lot of competitors that were in eyesight of him. Possibly the same thing happening again for Brandon Card.
Yes. That'll help. Put that one on the deeper one. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Keep coming. Yes.
5'9",
right now, we
6'2",
have Brandon
6'12".
Yes.
Another big mover today, Takumi Ito. Tied for that big bass. That's Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day so far. A guy who made a confession to us, did he not, Mark Zona?
He did. He's swimming a little wacky rig on a flick shake head, a little jig head, 8 to 10 feet of water, little submerged timber. He said twigs, sticks, stumps. And he told us he hates catching big bass. They're mean. They fight too much. He prefers Sabine River-sized bass. They're a lot easier to land. Something we did not think we'd hear in this tournament. Back out to Brandon Card live. Go.
Oh boy, there he is.
Because that's what it is.
Well, okay. I think Takumi Ito was being a little tongue-in-cheek maybe when he said that.
I'm not sure that he was.
Okay.
He won't help. Dang it. Nice little dirtbait fish, though. Another one on the Ozuri.
I can see he's moved around a little bit here since we went on our break.
I'm getting ready to leave my spot and saw one come up here and bust up shallow again, so just caught that one. Gonna make a few casts up here shallow and then we're gonna leave it. We're gonna go hit our other spots and see if we can upgrade a little bit. But this spot's been good to me another day. It's 28 pounds worth. I'll definitely take it. Hope some more fish move in tonight and it reloads. That would be cool.
Some good info right there. Brandon Card is fishing the same spot that he said he thought he had burned down yesterday.
That would be real cool. I got probably about another 4 or 5 spots I'm going to hit. I'm obviously going to hit those a lot quicker. I'm just going to kind of hop around and see if we can get a couple more big bites. I'd really like to catch over 30 today, just try to make up a little bit of ground on first. I think I was like 4.5, 5 pounds out of first. So just need a couple more big bites. My smallest fish of the 5 is like a 4.11 or something like that. So 4.12. So it's going to take a pretty decent fish to help me.
Skylar Hamilton joins a 25-pound club. Just landed a 5.9. He's up to 25.13 from 68th to 9th.
Wow.
Very volatile out there. Things can happen. People can move long distances up and down the leaderboard. That will continue probably till the very end on Championship Sunday. A striker daily trivia question, first one of the day. How much weight did Patrick Walters need on day 4 at Lake Fork last year, just about 5 months ago, to reach 100 pounds even? Did he need 17.2, 17.14, 18.2, or 17.14? So, yeah, okay, B and D are very close.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Brandon Card atop our leaderboard right now as we get ready to check out the question posed and Striker Daily Trivia. Now here we go. Okay, the weight it took Patrick Walters on day 4 to reach 100 pounds. That was last November, 5 months ago, right here on Lake Fork. Was it 17.2, 18.2, or 17.14? That kind of covers B and D right there. So
that's supposed to be 18.14 D.
Oh, the last one D is supposed to be 18.14, so that's in play, you're saying, Steve?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Z?
Boy, I'm going to try to get in Such's head here, but I don't have a lot in common with that poison, so I'm going to go with B and D, 17.14.
I'll go with that.
Yeah. I'll go with that as well.
Ronnie's up on that too?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Oh, double points, B and D right there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Man, this is phenomenal.
I don't know what gave it away.
Remember, he started second with 25.14. They had 26 and then 29.6.
All right.
You only need 17.14. You got 22.10.
Yeah, hello. Bing bong hi. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Yes.
We got a bing bong.
That's what's going on. Back to Chris Zaldane, Bassmaster
Live.
How about this guy, Keith Combs, from 89th to 28th. He just landed a 5.6. He's got 22.11.
He needed that.
Throwing this big bait like this, giant rod, just on repetitive casts. You know, there's a couple different angles that these fish crash on gizzard shad, and it's very fatiguing. I mean, it really is. This bait's 3-4 ounces or so. But any cast could be a 7-8 pound bite. So every cast you gotta have 100% focus. And it's not like a spot where where they're there and you're just cycling through lures to get them to bite. Certain lures, if they're on this spot, you're just basically waiting them out. And giant spawning bay back here. They spawn there in February and early March. And this is like the only place for them to stop before they hit the main lake here. It's a wind-blown shell point. And from what I saw yesterday and in years past, when they show up, it's pretty good. So I've just about committed fully. It's 11:30. Got 2.5 hours. That's a lot of time and a lot of opportunities for big ones to pull up and crash on bait. And I will be here for it.
Like it. He is all in, as always.
Yeah. We had a great look at
opportunity at over 30 pounds. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, as far as my playbook goes, I mean, I could, onesie, twosie, some main lake fish over there with a jerkbait and a mag draft. But I'm going to commit to this. There's a flurry this morning, and then yesterday I showed up here at noon, and I had a flurry from noon to 1:30.
And obviously, what Ron Moore said earlier, Patrick Walters, a powerhouse with forward-facing sonar. Bunch of trophies in the last 18 months doing what he's doing. But you see days like this where you're like, boy, if you've got a spawner or two that are locked on, which guaranteed he does. He went shallow and told us before this tournament started that he's got some shallow fish. But as we say that, he's probably going to catch an 8-pounder to where you're like, nope, you better keep doing it.
Yeah.
Well, Z, it's great technology, and everyone online obviously has a strong opinion about it, good or bad, but it doesn't mean they get in the boat automatically, and sometimes you can chase ghosts. You can see fish that do not want to react and will not react, and you fished for, I don't know, fish that aren't going to ever bite your bait all day long, and then you end up not having a limit at the end of the day.
Yep. Patrick Walters Started today with the lead, Bassmaster Angler of the Year. We talk about moves up the leaderboard. Seth Fighter coming from 18 to 4th now makes an already tight AOY race.
Yes.
Just absolutely a virtual tie now.
He should regain the lead with that. How about Drew Cook? He's stuck on 2 fish. He's fallen from 48th to 70th.
Wow.
Big difference from how he entered this event. Very
Got
helpful
a
for
text. Got a text from him, Such, 5 in the morning. What a letdown. One of the biggest letdowns of my career, day 1 for him on Lake Fork. But I'll tell you, looking at the top 10, that's an official top 10.
Mm-hmm.
You keep letting Lee Livesey hang around in this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he just landed that 4-4 to get up to 7th place, 16-11 today.
Does it with him early. Very, very slow start for him again today, worse than yesterday's.
And Brandon Cobb, who had been struggling all morning with 2-pound fish, caught a 5-4 to get up 16 pounds and back in our top 10 at 10th.
And it's super weird, the bonus coverage conversation with Lee Livesey. He knows more about this lake than anyone on the Elite Series field, and probably almost anyone specifically that fishes this lake.
Jerk around the saddle here,
Yet he
Johnny.
talks so uncertain of what he's doing. Oh, I'm not catching them. I don't know. And so he's got so many things going through his mind that at some point they're going to connect. And like Z said, he's going to make that big jump over 30 pounds or something.
TMI?
Yeah. And the other, the other thing in there, really kind of learning how Lee Livesey fishes. We got to see it on the Sabine, but we've seen it in other tournaments. He's not in these events to play it safe in any way. He'll play it safe a little closer to the vest on days 1 and 2, but if that's why I think Lee's going to end up winning a lot of tournaments, is because when he gets in range, and this could be one of those tournaments to gamble Saturday and Sunday, that's what makes him a scary proposition going into this weekend.
Oh, like going to the Trinity River at the Sabine, the last event. That was a big gamble.
Yeah,
It didn't pay off, but
that was all
it
or
might
nothing.
have.
I don't say this at all to slight Zaldane, because he is one of our top anglers. He has proven that over the last few years, but this year has definitely been tough. I don't know.
Oh, sure.
With all the different changing circumstances at St. John's River, the weather at Tennessee River, Pickwick, fishing up in the craziness of the tail race. There's been a lot of situations that haven't gone his way this year, Pickwick being the only one that he made the cut on. So for him to have 4 right now and still be swinging, he knows it's time that he needs to push through, stay with his pattern, and make the top 20, going into tomorrow.
Yep, he's fully qualified for the 2020 Bassmaster Classic,
Yeah.
which is to be held by the 2021, I should say.
Yeah.
He's needs to get to work on 2022 for sure.
He's going to swing at Ray
But he
Roberts.
said,
as
boy,
well.
it's
With his points, he's 60th in AOY right now.
He's moving around here in the final couple of hours of fishing. That's what we're rolling up on right now. As our day has been foreshortened due to weather considerations in the area. We saw the map a little while ago. A little bit of nastiness up there, some unstable air to be sure, bringing some storms into the Lake Fork area. And Brandon Card, as promised, he's going to hit a few other areas and letting his place rest, where he's done some great work today.
really the nice thing that we're going to find out is what else besides that spot, what else Brandon Card has in the bank for us.
Been fun to watch today. Patrick Walters, don't write him off just yet. I think Ronnie and Dave mentioned that in the past hour. He could light up any minute. We'll be back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Oh, the amount of weight we have seen come across the bow into these boats today for weighing, registering, putting back in the water has just been incredible. Another great day on Lake Fork. Did we expect anything else? What a wonderful opportunity for all these guys. And believe me, no one in our 99 angler field wants to go home after today. Everyone would like another crack at this place, which can offer you so much so fast.
Starting to see Patrick Walters move around quite a bit now. Get a little further back into some of these pockets where he's been a lot more main lake oriented.
The clouds, it all looks so good for actual feeding fish. I know we're rolling up on a full moon, and that kind of puts bass in a funk, but that full moon also triggers a shad spawn, so I mean, sticking this out and waiting for him to come is super risky, but I mean, I gotta do it, man. Gotta do it. Just throwing a giant crankbait right now, just trying to crash it down in that clay.
So really the way it looks right now is those real nasty storms are not supposed to hit till around 3:30 or 4. So we should be in good shape at least.
Should get the weigh-in in, it's looking like.
Yeah.
Without being wet. Well, you're talking about total fish. We had 477 fish caught yesterday, 90 limits of the 99 guys. 1,782 pounds and 15 ounces. Average fish, 3 pounds, 12 ounces.
Wow.
That's lots of fish. Poundage, lots of meat, as they say. All right, a little bonus coverage here. Hey, first chance to talk in this tournament. A man having a great tournament. Our friend Brian Snowden. And Brian, kind of tell us what's been going good today.
How you guys doing? It's been a fun morning. We've basically been tangled up in this last heap. Using a swim jig by Fish Lures with a Zoom Super Speed Cross, a trailer. And because of the wind, I think today, they've actually bit this a little better. Yesterday I did some sight fishing, kind of on Zoom Speed Crawl and then flipping. Flipping. Mostly today we've been throwing the swim jig. They just keep biting it some. We keep throwing. Got a couple 5-pounders on it. And look forward to one more big one.
Brian, are these fish that are locked on beds that you're catching today, do you think? Or no, just random fish cruising the bank?
They're just cruising the bank. You know, we've had a tremendous change in blowing like crazy and like in clouds. So it was real hard to see the beds today. So when I was going to a bedding fish, I just picked up the swim jig and started throwing it and caught a few fish. And so, you know, once I caught a 5-pounder doing it, I kind of quit looking for them and just started concentrating with the swim jig a lot more. And I think, you know, if it changes tomorrow we calm down. Yesterday I caught my biggest few fish, sight fish, and I'll go back to that. But right now I just can't see them.
Well, Brian, thanks so much. I'm having a little trouble hearing you. We are going to watch you a while, though. Hope for the wind to die down, and we may be able to visit with you and talk later.
Just get a good 4 or 5 pound bite.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
The swim jig and bank cruisers, and we were able to glean a few things from that.
And really one of the things that we've been able to see.
Yeah, my second and third best spots, there's boats sitting on it right now, so we'll just keep hopping around and maybe one of them will open up and there's a few secondary places that may or may not have a big one. So that's kind of what I'm trying right now. I'm idling into the back of this creek and just hitting a real specific spot where a big one could get. So we're gonna hit this, and then we're just gonna keep moving and see if we can get on one of the other schools. Maybe if a boat leaves or something. But this place is a gnarly place. If you don't take it easy, you can mess your engine up real quick. It's hard for me to idle in tournament time. Just feel like it's such a waste of time to idle. But I know that there's some of these guys. Some of the guys will run back in here, but they've marked their trails. I'm just going to ease back here. And my buddy Garrett Paquette's fishing one of the places I wanted to fish, so we'll just see what we can get on. Yeah, I caught one off of this deal. So we'll fish it real quick. Looks like Gary's probably going to be there for a while. I got several more spots we're going to go hit as well.
A few years back, we had a classic in Texas Z on a lake small like this one. Big fish lake, Lake Conroe and everything. And one of the big concerns everyone had was a place that small, you just did not have a chance to let your fish rest. You know, let these places recharge and everything. I feel like we have a little bit more robust population here, though, than what we had back then.
Yeah, you know, but the other thing about Lake Fork is there's not a tremendous amount of secrets here.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we're able to see where our top 12 is fishing, and got to see guys yesterday and really where the weights were being caught. And every time that we come here, besides what Patrick Walters did here in the fall, it's kind of the same old Lake Fork. It just depends on who you know, who times it right, who's on the right rotation. You know, it's not like Brandon Card has not found somewhere that's some magical secret spot that folks don't know about. By the end of the weekend, every single Lake Fork hand's going to be like, yeah, there's been 1,000 tournaments won there, like the spot we see Chris Zaldane locked in on. You know, it's been, the other thing that's been cool to watch with Brandon Card is, boy, he's got a lot of fish coming and going to him, and really has not had anybody push him on that spot where he's had it alone, which is a huge key here. Boy, it's been a grinder for these two, Tommy.
It has.
Boy, this would be a day. Brad Watley with a 5.12. He's up to 18 1/4. He started 95th. He's right at the cut at 52nd.
Wow.
First.
Big moves from guys like Watley,
Combs,
Keith
Yellis,
Combs,
Taku, Gussie. Christie's jumped up there. Brock Mosley's having a 19-pound day.
Well, there's a look at that map we were talking about, Tom. Gonna get back up the East Branch of Caney, just around the corner from Chris Zaldane. Back out on the water right now with Chad Morgan Taylor, who has been locked on one on a bed for a while now. Bassmaster Live.
He does not want that thing in there. I might catch him. It's going to take me a few minutes, though.
inside the mouth. You see that? He was worth coming in here for, I told you. Boy, he was a stubborn rascal.
He was, wasn't he?
But I'm sure glad.
Small bass is 2.6.
Well, it's one of the better spawners we've seen the last day. Big male, big male. Staring it down, keeping it real today.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Well, that's a 4.7.
I told you he was. I told you he was a 4+. Look you there. Thank you, feller. I'll let you be. Thank you, thank you.
He'll join and be the 7th 20-pound bag of the day.
Whew. How about that, sports fans?
It is amazing how big some of the males are on this lake. We got to hear that throughout practice. Guys like Drew Cook, Drew Benton, Greg Hackney. Hackney talked about, he said he's never been to a lake where he saw so many males between 3.5 to 5 pounds. It's an old warrior fish right there too. Look at them all gnarled up.
Fighting off intruders all day and night.
Absolutely.
Morgan Taylor's going to slide on top of Walters into second place.
Really?
Front's moving in. I like that around a full moon, that prefrontal. A lot of times it'll kick them up and start them, but I mean, that's generally the whole lake. I don't know how the rest of the guys are doing, but I'm relying on this shad spawn and post spawn feeding. I couldn't, there's so many fish on the bank right now. You can go down the bank and fish real slow with a worm or whatever it is, sight fish and all that. I can't do that. I know the potential here, and there aren't very many pre-spawn fish left either. The ones I caught in practice that were pre-spawn were all on the mag draft swim bait, where it's that nice slow steady retrieve on a north wind, and I banged them up pretty good. So if I could just make it to tomorrow, that bite turns on real good. So we got 2 hours left, which is plenty of time for a schooling spot like this. This is about what the conditions were yesterday when they were banging off real good in here. And the sun was kind of popping out and that southeast wind was crashing.
Man, that takes patience.
Ooh, yeah, a lot of trust too.
That is so much easier said than done, what Zaldane's displayed here today.
Got 2 wins, one up at Clear Lake and an open on the West Coast. Won the Angler of the Year Championship on Lake Michigan 1 year as well.
Yes. Sturgeon Bay.
Sturgeon Bay.
You mentioned it earlier, Z, and so did Mercer, talking about the deserving guys to win an Elite Series title. If you count the AOI Championship, which is half our field, Seth Fighter and Zaldane, that's the titles that they've won. But they have not won a full field 100 angler field event. For them to both be doing, in contention this week, and Seth having the year he's having, you just got to wonder when that breakthrough is going to happen. Even for like a Brandon Lester, some of those guys that have just been so close. Bill Lowen getting his win this year. It was a long time coming, and it was a good sight to see.
just like yesterday, we got some very surprising anglers, some who did very well on day number 1, who just can't get anything going today. Just Kimura and Daryl Gleason. Of course, Gleason hasn't pinged in for a while, so he may have more than that.
Had a little movement in our top 10. Brandon Cobbs jumped up to 5th, and Livesey, both of them with 3 pluses, is now 7th. Just knocked out Jeff Gustafson into 11th.
We've gone over it every elite event up to this point, but our new Bass track, you know, functions and features that you can expand it and see what they have. But also, if you look all the way to the right side of the screen, it shows a time, and that is the last time that it has pinged. So if your favorite angler is underperforming, go all the way to the right. If it doesn't have a time, they obviously haven't input any fish, haven't pinged. If it hasn't pinged in hours, then you know they haven't updated in a while.
Yeah.
But if it's up to date, you better start worrying.
Yeah.
Like I go down to Justin Atkins. His last ping was 6:31 this morning.
Yeah.
So he's 0 fish.
So I guess the way we say it, our weights are official, our places are not official yet until everyone pings in.
Well, Lisa Talmadge said till they turn that scorecard in. These are just like our placeholders. They got to turn that scorecard in.
All right. Right. Sure. Brandon Card still on top, healthy lead. Chad Morgan-Taylor, though, able to cut into it just a little bit and get himself in between Card and Patrick Walters. There's our cut line right there, and Kelly J, the man on the cut line, with Prince and Bernie Schultz. Hunter Schreihock in there trying to make it in with Cherry. Watley making a big move today. Cherry making some moves as well. They haven't quite gotten there yet, but there's plenty more time to get all of that done. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
About an hour and 40 minutes of fishing time left for some of our anglers out there. We have moved in checkup time by about an hour today because of impending weather. The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic will also take place here in the Lone Star State, Fort Worth, Texas. First time ever to host a classic, a world championship, and Lake Ray Roberts will be the playing field, a notorious big bass haunt as well. So it should be a heck of a lot of fun there. The biggest event by far in the world of fishing. The Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, coming up in June. Back out in the water.
Real good look at the map right there of how spread out our anglers are today that are on camera. See Patrick Walters laying down that suspending jerk bait.
Yeah, something's
a couple
definitely
fish
got
doing
messed
this yesterday.
up. I'm going to assume the front just because, I mean, they are not cooperating at all. Like, yeah. I mean, you pulled up and a big one would just bite. Do what? I know. She just like struck at it. It's like she didn't even want to eat.
Like Chris Aldane, Patrick Walters pretty much is committed to that area of the lake all day long today. But it is hard to leave an area you caught 33 pounds off of.
That's our first, second, and fourth place guys to start the day. Do not have limits yet.
Wow.
I mean, Walters started with a 5-pound lead. He's 9 now behind Card.
The shadow's still there.
We've seen that before, but you don't expect it at Lake Fork.
And not with Patrick Walters either.
Look at Zaldane's, the bayfish.
And that's a threadfin there, but there's some big gizzards cruising around as well, and that's what we're trying to target. It's a pretty threadfin, man. It's like perfect. Look how hard
Man, it would suck to be a shad.
Really just throwing the jerkbait around just to kind of see if there's any other, 3 and 4 pounders schooling around like they were yesterday. and this morning, and to give my back a break.
Brian Snowden, our 8th angler over 20 pounds. He caught a 310 to called a 20 pounds, 7 ounces. 6th place now from 14th.
Wow. Tried to visit with Brian a little while ago, but the wind was blowing so hard we couldn't.
It was.
Hear it. I would have liked to have heard what he had to say.
Yeah, I think
definitely one of those.
Go ahead and see.
One of those anglers that obviously benefited from this front coming in, making the shallow game work like Morgan Taylor.
I was going to say, Tommy, as soon as Snowden informed us of the heavy winds today, we couldn't hear him because of the heavy winds.
Because of the heavy winds. It was ironic, wasn't it?
And Morgan Taylor and
There's not
Snowden
many
are
schools out. That's the problem.
both from Reed Springs, Missouri. I wonder how much Ronnie, how much do they share and talk and
They live in the same neighborhood. Yeah. They roll with Randy Sullivan, and they work together all during practice and whatnot, those three.
Like the Bro Series guys.
Yeah. Who's your bro, Such? Am I your bro?
You're my bro, Ronnie.
Okay.
You guys share information all day long.
Even info we don't want to know about.
All right, I ain't gonna stay long, so these spots really need to rest. It's really hard to catch one right after somebody set on it.
That's the bonus coverage for you right now. Hooked up live, as a matter of fact, Skylar Hamilton. Let's watch this.
Not big.
This smallest is a 2-4 and a bag of 25-13 right now.
Skylar, great limit today, man. If you got a second to keep fishing, but if you got a second to tell us about how this great day has happened for you, explain it for us.
Yeah. So yesterday, I found some bedding fish up the river there, and really had it all to myself, and kind of thought that would be the deal this week with a lot of the pressure, and just finding some bed fish that haven't seen a lot of baits, and the weather, it really never got sunny, and then the carp started spawning. I don't know if you guys have heard about that. I'm sure some other people have talked about it, but the carp spawning up on the bank, and they dirty everything up. So the fish that were really already hard to see, there was no way I could see them, and if they were there, they weren't acting right. So I came into a creek today that I had a lot of confidence in, that you probably saw me here in the fall throwing a topwater bait, and I just happened to catch a 8-pounder this morning, and that really helps your chances, and caught a few more good ones. Didn't even come in here and practice. I've fished in here so much and have done really well in this area that I feel like I can come in here and catch a decent bag, but kind of kicking myself for not coming in here the first day, but really thought that river section that I was in was going to be a factor. If those carp hadn't pulled in there, I think it still would have been. But I don't know. If I can make it to tomorrow, I believe I'll go up there and try it again, but I think I'm going to start in here.
Are you catching them the same way in that creek now that you were back in the fall? Because you caught some giants on top water last fall.
No, I've thrown it quite a bit. I caught one small, I don't even know if it was a keeper. It didn't help. But no, I've caught most of them in the same general areas, same little spots, same hard spots. But I'm throwing a jerkbait today. That's what I caught all my fish on. And the benefit of having that fall tournament was being able to see how things lay out when the water was down. And this place that I'm fishing now was out of the water in the fall, and I just remember it being a pretty good hard spot. And I mean, I've caught 2 5s and a 4 off this one. I've caught a lot of fish off. I've sat here for 2 hours and just about every 15 minutes I'll catch one, and sometimes it's a good one. So I did catch that 8-pounder off of a different spot. It was the only fish that I caught on that one area, but it was another place that I caught them on top water in the fall. And I think it's just these good hard spots in this one creek, and you know they just live in here, and they like to sit on top of them sometimes. And a lot of these fish I'm catching, you know, this was a real good spawning creek when we had that event 2 years ago. I came in here and sight fished and made the cut, and so I knew they spawn in here. But a lot of these fish, I don't know if they were up and then they kind of pulled back out a little bit because their tails are bloody, but they're still full of eggs, and they're not sitting on beds up here where I'm fishing. So whatever's going on there, I really don't know, but it's just been this little area of the lake has been really good to me. And we come back, I don't know if I'll probably just show up coming this creek.
That carp spawn you talked about, obviously you were unlucky. They were spawning on your places there. Is it going on all over the lake, or were you just kind of unlucky there?
You know, I've heard a few people talk about it. That's happened. It's not happening so much on the lower end of the lake, but where I was at, way up the river here, the water was a little bit warmer, and everything seems to be a little bit further ahead. And that's why I kind of focused on that area, was because it seemed like the bedfish were easier to catch. You could actually catch most of them on a frog, you know, just because they hadn't been messed with. And I hadn't seen any boats, even local boats. So those carp just showed up. I mean, they showed up yesterday, and it's the wildest thing. You know, back home, they really don't spawn until the bass are almost done. But here, a lot of the bass haven't even pulled up, and the carp are already spawning, so, and the shad are spawning. So I don't know if it was the weather we had this winter or what was going on down here, that real cold spell they had, but something, it seems backwards. That may be the way it is in Texas, but back home it's definitely not that way.
Well, Skylar, great day. Plan B looked like it was just what the doctor ordered.
Absolutely.
And good luck to you for the rest of your day. Got some more fishing time left for Skylar Hamilton out there making a good move today.
And Tommy, I hate to bring this up. I'm not sure what was happening. I thought you were going to get at one time mugged during that phoner right there. I didn't know what was happening. Slow motion, just keeping it high and tight.
Oh, my
Marathon
God.
Studios today.
Oh, my
Keeping it high and tight.
Nice.
There is no way.
Exactly. There is zero
Sonny
hate,
was going to let that
you
bonus
do not
coverage.
hate that at all.
Yes.
You want that.
I don't
Oh, look at that.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's wow.
You should have saw what I mouthed when I got off camera.
Boy, just when you think things are going okay, there's always somebody coming up behind you with a softball bat, you know?
So there's so much going on in our ears. Someone said my name and I couldn't hear them. And so instead of saying, hey, say that again on my mic, I went to motion to the camera and I realized, oh, shoot, I'm behind Tommy now.
Well, I think payback certainly is in order. And
hey, I just wanted to, you know.
I'll figure out something nice for you.
I know.
I'll fix you up with something nice.
I would never sneak up on you like that in a mean way, Tommy. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, never again.
Plus, I know your wallet is left back in the makeup room, not in
thanks,
your, not
Ronnie.
on your
That's
personal.
great.
That's
Now
where
I
he
gotta
gets his allowance.
Exactly.
That's where he
I
goes
have to get a
sneaks
wall
back there and gets his
safe.
allowance.
Thank you.
Ryan Snowden up to fourth. He just called with a 4-pounder, 21-3 on the day.
Action. Non-stop,
Yes,
action-packed today.
it is.
No doubt about it. In the studio, on the lake, everywhere. It's going down on day number 2.
There are grebes everywhere on this lake.
It's Grebe-a-thon. It's grebe stock. Nice stuff. Official weights right there for you. Brandon Card, big lead right now. Chad Morgan-Taylor cutting into it a tiny bit. Patrick Walters, Snowden, big move up the leaderboard, and Seth Fighter up from 18th place to make things very, very tight. We'll be right back.
Live.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Welcome back to Lake Fork, our on-location coverage team, and TZ Such and Ronnie doing a great job over at Marathon Studios. So good, I'm going to keep Ronnie around here for this next segment, but Quitman, Texas never lets us down, and Lake Fork, there's a major reason that anglers all around the world check this off on the bucket list because of the giant fish, and once again, they are dominating this tournament, Ronnie Moore.
Let's just tell the truth, Dave. The reason I'm still on here with you is because I was so eager to be on camera behind Tommy Sanders, I accidentally photobombed him in the last segment during bonus coverage. But no, excited to join you for some extended coverage here as we get to check out our leader, Brandon Card. It's been a little quiet for him lately, but that's because he did all of his work this morning.
Big fish fisheries like this, Ronnie, when you make a giant move like Brandon Carr did here on day number 2, it is tough to cull in the afternoon. But let's look at how his day went here on day number 2. Brandon Carr put on an absolute show, doing his damage in a spot he calls the hammer hole.
I don't think that you're going to be able to find that on a map card anywhere anytime soon saying hammer hole, but that is what his waypoint definitely is on this spot. Finding it yesterday, or finding it the last day of practice and utilizing it yesterday. Coming back today just to see them still loaded up there after how many he caught day 1. Very pleased for Brandon Card.
One of my informants, Sideshow Billy, Billy Lawless. He told me that this spot, is a key spot, but not generally this time of year. And that's the amazing thing. No matter where the Elite Series travels, stop after stop, you see how these anglers that are tested and forced to adapt to lakes and fish it different than maybe any of the locals would look at. And it's working out so far for Card here today. Let's be honest, there's no secrets on Fork, but looking at it a little different can unlock the lake, and he has definitely done it this time. Right now, looking at your tournament leader, Brandon Card, and last year's Rookie of the Year, Austin Felix.
Dave, if Austin goes on a run right here in the next 45 minutes, it may just be because of you, because he made that big run midday, him and Chad Morgan-Taylor, up shallow. Caught 3 of his 5 fish, his 5 important keepers right now, during that small window of time.
I don't understand, Ronnie. How is that? How do I get any credit in this situation?
Because every time you pop up on Bass Live, Felix goes on a flurry, if he was to do it right here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sucker just attacked me.
Look at the 2 different approaches between these 2 anglers. Obviously, Card doing his damage at the hammer hole, and Austin has covered water. We saw him make a move at the end of our midday break there, and he's covering water and trying to see those fish fishing a little bit shallower.
I literally
It's
just
the most
lost one, and now I got hung.
Turn around.
No, he just bumped my swim bait, and then he took it and missed him.
Just chill out.
Austin taking advantage of his equipment and getting as high as possible, get a better visual on that fish.
Dang it.
Not recommended if you're top heavy like myself.
He's leaving again. That guy's back. Watch him take off.
Dave, a lot of topics online about technology and bass fishing, especially with forward-facing sonar, but we get to see today the good, the bad, and the ugly of that technology. Good because Patrick Walters catches an 8-12. Bad because he sees fish around but can't get them to bite. And the ugly is that he doesn't have a limit right now. And it's so shocking because he had 32-14 yesterday with that.
Really shocking, but I can't stress it enough. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, he's one away from his limit. I mean, and really, if that limit fish is the right bite, you look at the scorecard at the end of the day, and it does not look like he struggled at all. But that's what fork is. I mean, it. Maybe we're just seeing it happen with Brandon Card right now.
I don't know if he'll help. He might.
Smallest is 4-12.
Yeah, I think he may help. Yeah. That's a good one. I just don't know if he'll help. Another one on the swim bait.
Charlie Ingram has marshaled, it looks like.
Well, we broke the dry spell. Nope. 4 or 7.
7 ounces.
4 or 7. He doesn't even help. Man, that's it. That's just a pretty fish. They're so healthy here. We gonna write that on there or not?
You know you're having a good day when a 4-7 does not help. And a lot of people watching this.
Pretty sure that we know.
A lot of people watching this, Ronnie, probably wondering, you know, is it time for Card to start doing a little fish management? But I also got to feel he's a veteran at this point. He's been the fork a bunch of times. You can't play small ball. Not in this park.
Yeah,
when you caught a 4-6 that actually didn't even help. Right before that, I missed one. And then it's like I'm getting hung in these trees. Oh man, they're driving me crazy. I'm gonna have to do like a weedless jig head. Might have to rig something up like that tonight, just to be able to fish this swim bait through the timber, because it's like I'll catch one and then I'll get hung. Oh, Sega, I didn't even hold it up. Why didn't you say something? Did you get that one? Okay. Sorry about that.
Dave, you're exactly right. Card having 27-6 yesterday and in third place. He knows with 28 pounds today, he still probably thinks he's not even leading this event. He needs to keep the pedal to metal, because a 30-pound bag is available for anyone this week.
Right now, looking at your tournament leader and your unofficial Angler of the Year leader, Patrick Walters. But he's got, pardon the pun, bigger fish to fry. He's looking to get this event done. But with Angler of the Year in mind, let's have a look at your Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch. Patrick Walters on top of there with 433 points. Seth Fighter slipped to second, and Chris Johnston moved all the way up to third. Remember, these points unofficial till the end of the event, and that leaderboard will continue to change here on Lake Fork at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Big Fish Friday on Lake Fork, but we're just at the midway point. Tomorrow, our coverage kicks off on FS1 at 8 a.m. You'll be able to watch that on FS1 and the Fox Sports app tomorrow morning, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern. And guaranteed, one thing is only guaranteed here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, Big Bass. That's what it takes to get it done here in Texas. They say everything's bigger in Texas, and when you come to Lake Fork, you can guarantee big bass, and Quentin Capo has relied on them with his best Elite Series finish to this point at the halfway point in this tournament.
Truly was a career day yesterday. 28-15 for Quentin Capo. What an incredible bag of fish.
Oh, got him.
Oh boy.
Coming on the back deck. I don't know how I have him hooked. And I don't know how big he is either. Oh, he's a good one. Come here. Oh, right. There we go. Smoked it. Smoked it. He had a whole face full of hooks too. All right. Scale 0. 1 o'clock.
5'11".
5'11". Yeah. Been a long time, but we coming.
Hey, dog.
Right there. There's more there.
He referenced 1 o'clock, Mercer, because he has to check in at 1:40. He is the first flight, which is about an hour or so earlier than expected with the storms coming in. But 5'11" for Capo moves him up the leaderboard big time, back into that conversation in the top 5.
And the shortened day might affect nobody more than our day 1 leader, who is still searching for his limit fish.
That was a big one.
How is today going? He finally come up and just freaking got him to bite it. Crazy.
He's not big, but he's bigger than 1.5. Put that camera back down.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. 0. Whoa.
2 pounds.
Beats 1.4.
Yes, sir.
That
I
one
feel
cold.
like Austin Felix has been reeling in. We've seen him more times actually reeling in a fish than not reeling in a fish today.
Yeah. That was about a 3/4 pound coal, put him at 18.7 for Austin Felix into 7th place. You saw the switch up from a 4.0 for Quentin Capo to a walking top water bait. Oh, he's got another one.
Oh boy.
It's a good one. Oh yeah. Coming right there next to you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah. Yes, sir. He's long too. Right around. Been waiting on you, girl.
Scales are 0.
Golly.
Gotta be 6.
6'3".
6'3". Well, imagine just because it's long.
That jumps him into second place, only 3.6 behind Brandon Card.
That touched 24, doesn't it?
It does touch 24.
It's your call.
Close that mouth again.
Man, they can't. I mean, when it,
I don't want to get you in trouble. It touches 24.
Again, the reason they're measuring the
It's like
fish,
you-
if it's over 24 inches, it's officially over, and he can bring it in for weighing.
Honestly, do you want it?
No.
You want to take a chance?
Nope. He touches 24, but we got him on camera, on live.
Dave, I want to give you a BFA. The biggest fish of the day and the biggest bag of the tournament. Takumi Ito in 8.14 now has 33.3 today and is in third place. 33.3 for Takumi Ito.
Wow, and it's raining big fish, Ronnie. If you think that's exciting,
Let's get back to work.
Garrett Paquette just put an over in the boat as well. So we got overs coming in. They're starting to munch in the last few minutes of competition here today. Just watched a couple of giant fish from Quentin Capo, and man, this tournament has been a long time coming, and it's gotta be our power pole replay of the day. And the story with this guy is I've had so many conversations with him at the dock in the morning. He's had a lot on his plate in the first few years here on the Elite Series, and he's told me, man, I'm better than what you're seeing, and you're seeing it here, ladies and gentlemen. Quentin Capo, what a week he's having, and definitely the power pole replay of the day.
Dave, I got to cover him in the opens. He was a co-angler, actually, starting his journey in the Bassmaster Series. As a co-angler, moved up to a pro and qualified in his first year to make it to the Elite Series, and now we're seeing the fruits of his labor this week on Lake Fork. These two fish back-to-back, 5'11" and 6'3". He's one fish, half a fish, from taking the lead over Brandon Card.
What a day Quentin Capo is having. But a guy who I'm always wondering how he's doing, the Zaldangerous one, Chris Zaldane.
One last note on Capo. He has a 215 and a 1.4 left in his 5-fish limit. He has a 1.4 to get rid of.
Look at the deliberate movements on.
Yeah! Needed that one. Needed that one. Yeah.
Ready. Goes to his bottom line because this is number 5.
This is tail. Hold 1 sec. Yep, there you go.
4.8.
4.8. 4.8. We needed you, son. Just glad you chased that shad when I was saying I need to go. We needed that one so bad. All right, we made it into tomorrow. We're fishing tomorrow with the north wind.
Man, I hate to do this, Ronnie. I hate to leave it. I mean, but we're going to have to because Lake Fork is literally going off right now. This is the things that legends are made of. And speaking of legends, this is how dangerous one, bringing the pain here on day number 2. Man, what an afternoon we have here on legendary Lake Fork. We're not done yet, but look at our leaderboard tightening up. Brandon Card still in the lead with 55 pounds, 7 ounces, but Quentin Capo getting in there, and there is not a soul on earth that isn't excited to see Takumi Ito weigh in this afternoon here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Fork.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Wow, what an afternoon here in legendary Lake Fork. This is the Guaranteed Rate of Bassmaster Elite. And you look at our leaderboard. Brandon Card with 55 pounds, 7 ounces. Feels like he's been sitting there for a while the rest of the field continues to catch him. And the biggest mover has got to be Takumi Ito. Ronnie, what's going on in Lake Fork right now is truly why it's legendary Lake Fork.
Yeah, you said it going into the last commercial break. Let's not take our eyes off this place because it is showing out, and it did. During the commercial break, Clifford Perch, a 9.13, the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the event, almost a 10-pounder. Puts him inside the cut after a tough day 1. And Taku moving from the 70s into 3rd. That is incredible.
A fish has to be over 24 inches to bring it into weigh-in.
Oh, he loves
Takumi
it
Ito
over there.
has had 3 of them today, and Quentin Capo hooked up just like that.
And on his last call, we were saying that he still has a one and change in his live well, or in his tally.
Spot. Stay down. Come here. Stay down. Stay down. He's not a great big one, but he'll take that 1-4 out. Stay down. All right. He'll take care of that 1-4. Guess what? They like it over there. We'll keep throwing it there.
Scale 0.
$3.15. Thank you, babe.
Been an incredible 20 minutes for Quentin Capo, and I know Louisiana and his incredible fan base, his father, got to be going nuts right now because they know this day, this moment has been coming for a long time. And man, that marshal better put that pencil right behind his ear because he is working it.
That Cole right there, he was already in 2nd place, but now only 11 ounces out of the lead.
Yes, sir.
Right after that first one, his exact words after that, they scored that fish and he said, man, there is more there. And man, was he right. Filled out his limit and has continued to put an assault on our leaderboard here on day number 2. An unbelievable 20 minutes span for Quentin Capo, and that's really just how quick it can happen. But speaking of big things happening, no bigger than this guy right here, Takumi Ito. As I said, only one fish over 24 inches you're allowed to bring in. So Takumi just made that call. He released one of those fish and put the other in his live well. And that right there is an incredible performance by the young Japanese pro.
Yeah, that's one of those Brandon Cobb calls where he pulls out an 8.5 pounder and substitute it for an 11. He's throwing back a 7 and change and putting an 8.14 in his live well to show off. We've got more. We only had one yesterday, Mercer. 124 plus incher, and today I feel like we have 4 or 5 maybe.
Lake Fork is heating up like it always does. That picture right there, reminiscent of Keith Combs back in 2014 called a 9 for a 10. Can it get any better? The cut line at 29 pounds, 14 ounces. But as you saw the last few minutes, things can change in a hurry here. And that is the only thing that is guaranteed at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite here at legendary Lake Fork, living up to its name as the crown jewel of Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Heading into the final hour of fishing for our first and second flight anglers here. The first flight's going to check in at 1:40 today. Has some weather considerations trying to get out of the way of. And that's the way it stands right now. Brandon Card having taken over the lead early in this day. Nothing much has changed for Quentin Capo. He started the day in second place, and he's in second place still. So, okay, he fell back for a while, but man, what a run over the past hour. But, oh my gosh, the story so far today from down in 73rd place. How about Takumi Ito coming off a good finish down at the Sabine River, and then, man, oh man, the big one showed up for him. And he doesn't like the big ones, he told us.
No, he told us he pretty much hates catching big ones. They fight too hard. And Tommy, I think he was being honest. That was from earlier today. Takumi Ito throwing a little flick shake, wacky rig worm, swimming it as he called it. He made this call just moments ago. And I'm going to tell you something, man. That is a special, special angler, especially doing something you really didn't think you would see on Lake Fork. And the other thing about it is we've kind of been watching his track. Taku has more than one spot, but really the power pole replay of the day. Quentin Capo, where have you been? Where have you been the last few years in the Bassmaster Elite Series, deciding to show up here on Lake Fork? Strike King, Sexy Dog, Hard Knock, and here's an interesting thing. We watched him throwing a 4.0 crankbait earlier today. Yesterday, Quentin Capo made the comment, no, I've got one good starting spot, which he started right next to Chris Zeldane. He said, but I've got about 8 to 10 really key main lake points that if I can time it right, I will absolutely crush them. Quentin Capo, you look like a linebacker the Chicago Bears need, and you are finally the power pole replay of the day, my friend.
Got a good one early, about 8:40 a.m. Went for 4 hours before he puts on this other, the second display there, 5'11", 6'3", 315. Let's get back out to Quentin Capo. We better not take our eyes off him.
All in a 20-minute stretch, Tommy. Those 3 fish, 5'11", 6'3", 315 in a 20-minute stretch.
16 pounds in 15 minutes. Get right quick.
And that's how fast they shut down. We had them fired up for a second, and then now we got to relocate them, get them going again.
Hey, and you cannot ignore this, Ron. We've talked about it all year long. There are cuts in the Bassmaster Elite Series at the end of the year. This guy needed this in a big, big way.
All right, we're moving.
That's the tough thing of this
sport.
sport.
In the next pocket.
Every time we bring in new anglers from the Opens, it gets tougher and tougher and tougher to stay out on the Elite Series. And we know that's coming. You know, you have to cut anglers to bring in new ones. We haven't over the last few years, but Capo definitely having 2 career days back-to-back this week.
Well, we mentioned Clifford Perch and a giant bass coming in. Now we've got a photo to show you right there. Oh my gosh, that's like the size of a sleeping bag.
It's like the size of him.
It is.
Oh my God.
Well stated, Ron. Well stated. That is a big one, and it is scary when this lake decides to turn on. Like, you get like weird little lulls where you're like, meh. And like, what's funny is I clicked off Bass Track for like 5 minutes, and you're like, look at the destruction that happens in a matter of minutes. Back up in the caney right now, Chad Morgan Taylor live.
2 anglers,
All cylinders. All
Ito
cylinders.
into third from 73rd. And Clifford Perch having a huge day, only had 13 pounds yesterday.
Boy, this is going to be a fun event going into the weekend. Weather's going to stabilize. I'm not even kidding.
This could be fun right here.
Oh,
sure it could.
He ain't gonna cull nothing. No, it's all right. Frog bite.
You got your frog bite.
Ha! Frog bite.
Yep, unfortunately.
But I got a frog bite. He learned. He didn't want to go back in that box. He said, "Don't you put me back in that box."
Good camera work right there. And who does not love a frog bite?
Cool. Can't say I'm excited about
Eric
that,
Kafka.
but there's a lot of trees
Eric
over there.
Kafka bringing it.
Oof.
Oh, yeah.
Off the branch.
It was supposed to be in March, and now it's in June.
With 50 minutes left in the fishing day for Patrick Walters, he has to be checked in at 2 o'clock. He's second flight. Still 4 fish.
The only one among the top 37 without a limit today. Hackney's 38th. He's got 4 fish.
And if he caught a 4-pounder, he would move within 5 pounds of the leader. If he caught a 5-pounder, he would be right there. Otherwise, it's a pretty big gap between Card, Capo, and third place Ito.
He caught that 8-12.
Can I throw you, Tommy?
Yeah.
Can I throw you a little something weird?
Yeah.
We've covered a lot of
everywhere in
events.
this place. I've never
And
seen
there
the
was
like.
there was a time, and it was high risk, high reward, where you would see guys get addicted to certain things. We saw Dean Rojas, who would get so addicted to frog fishing, and it'd burn him.
Yeah.
You would see there was years where Byron Velvick, Steve Kennedy, they were so addicted
Swim bait.
to swim baiting. Zaldane, perfect example.
Oh.
You get a weird vibe that front-facing sonar could do the same thing.
Oh boy. See, okay. Very perceptive.
Here we go.
Man, plenty to chew on right there. Let's get a little bonus coverage right now.
I went deep.
Yeah, you did go deep.
Pull back the curtain.
And we go past from Brandon Card's boat over to the boat of Keith Combs. Keith Combs having a big day, a much-needed big day.
Oh, yeah. I guarantee you, Jennifer Combs watching this probably tuned Keith up a little bit last night.
Wow.
He was 89th. Now he's 39th with 22.11. Maybe upgrading.
And that cut line.
50-point jump there.
Tommy, that cut line, it was 18.10 yesterday, and it's at 30 pounds, 8 ounces today. Normally it doubles, and we subtract a pounder, so doubling and subtracting is still 35. We are well below doubling right now.
And let me kind of go back to what I was saying right there, Tommy, is the thing is we've seen frog events, we've seen swim bait events, and granted, obviously front-facing sonar is a totally different monster, but what I'm saying is when it's happening, you're unstoppable. You are unstoppable. Yeah. But it's so massively addicting where it draws you in to where you have blinders. And we saw that with guys with certain techniques. We see that a little bit with front-facing sonar, that you cannot get out of that realm when you're in it.
Yeah, it's a chemical. I mean, it's a dopamine that's produced when you're doing it, and you get addicted.
Well,
to that.
I swear, He's going to catch a 7-pounder and totally shut me up. Right?
Turn out a point at you.
Don't you dare talk about the last go like that.
But you know what I'm saying, Tommy.
Sure, absolutely. It's you know, it gives you pleasure. That's what addicts people.
He's got that 8-12, and then his other 3 fish are under 2 pounds. Smallest is a 1 1/4.
But you think, I mean, how could you not get addicted when you have a week like he had last November, right here on this very body of water,
taking on 2 wins with this technology last year?
It's more than likely why he's completely addicted to fishing that way, and I've had the pleasure of being in the boat with him, and yep, he is darn good at it. Kind of woke up the bass fishing world in this region about how he won that tournament, because this was a tournament that we said, there is no way that you can catch 100 pounds of bass that time of year. And that was said to us from some of the best fishermen on this lake. Well, one of the reasons Patrick Walters is locked into the way he fishes was that performance last year. No doubt about it. The thing that'll be interesting going into day 3 of this tournament, can he find that magic again, Tommy Sanders?
Very good question.
Weird to see a guy with 9 pounds, Tommy, at Lake Fork, still in the top 5.
Yeah, that's right. How about some Striker Daily trivia while we ponder all these other deep questions that we're thinking about now? Which elite venue has produced the most century belts after Falcon Lake's count of 15? Falcon Lake the king. What other lake has produced, what is it, Guntersville, Santee Cooper, Amistad, or Clear Lake? That's a good one right there. Chew on that. And we'll be back and pay it off for you in just a minute.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
We're now into the last hour of fishing for our 99 hopefuls today, shooting for 49 spots. Our Striker Daily Trivia. Which elite venue has produced the most century belts after Falcon Lake? Falcon Lake the king, 15 there. What's the next best one? Ronnie, is it Guntersville, Amistad, Santee Cooper, Clear Lake? We'll go around the horn the other way.
I'm going Clear Lake, mostly because I added it up the other day, so I'll go Clear Lake.
Okay. I was thinking about it. My guess is Clear Lake also. What about you, Z?
I think it's unanimous, guys. I'm going Clear Lake.
All right.
Ding, ding, ding. 7.
Rare, oh, boy.
Well.
Amistad has 6 total, same as Santee, and Guntersville has 5 over 2 events.
Clear Lake is awesome. There's no doubt about that. Austin Felix had an awesome event here.
We got 2 guys on pace here to get over 100.
Oh, dang it. He was swimming away with it. He nosed down on it hard. It's still there. Maybe.
Let it happen. Don't force it, let it happen. Some days it's your day, some days it's not your day. But every day is meant to be. So if you just stay positive, keep chunking and whining, keep doing whatever you're doing, it's all gonna work out. I have never been in a situation that I've not gotten out of. So you just keep going.
Capo, 28 pounds on day 1 and very close to 26 today.
120.
It's interesting hearing him
All right,
say
let's make
that.
a move. Let's go.
I have been in tons of situations I've not been able to get out of.
Hey, but you're not built like a Bears linebacker, though, so I guarantee he just looks and he can get out.
There's a root ball right there. That's
I
what
was
them
thinking
fish are
more of a
sitting on.
party at 12 wanting separate checks.
check-in today begins, well, in 20 minutes here for flight number 1, flight number 2, 10 minutes after that, or 20 minutes after that, I should say.
Yeah, 1:40 is the first check-in. Quinton's one of those guys. And then Walters is in the second flight, so 2 o'clock is Walters' time to be back. Weigh-in should start very quickly. They don't have to worry about,
right.
You don't have to have the whole, the bagging process
filling
and
up
whatnot.
the back, right? Yeah.
Again, just kind of checking that radar, unofficial TH Marine weather report right here. About 3:45 or 4 is like when the meat's going to arrive of that cell.
All right, fellas.
Boy, tomorrow's going to be
get out of here.
interesting on Bassmaster Live.
Now, why do you say that? What are your reasons? What do you think we'll see?
I really think somewhere tomorrow, guys that have some way, shape, or form survived these 2 days shallow. I still think you're going to see a push for your sight fishermen before this is all set. If somebody can make it to tomorrow, you see guys like Austin Felix. It ain't been real pretty today, but he has stayed alive sight fishing. I know Seth Fighter, granted, when we went to him on our B&W trailer hitches call, he was fishing secondary points, but Seth Fighter went shallow. I think guys that can just get through today, still within reach, you're going to see a push towards the bank this weekend. Oh, that is ugly. That is an ugly radar.
Yeah, it's going to be a little popping and crackling around there.
There are some key guys below that 49th place position that might get cut if they don't improve their odds over the next 45 minutes. Drew Cook, the first man out right now. Hank Cherry behind him. Micah Frazier, 53rd. As you go down, Garrett Paquette, he has an over today, but he only has 2 for 9:15. Some of these guys that have had success here in the past are going to miss the cut. Steve Kennedy. And because, sorry, Such, but because so many people have risen up the leaderboard, big rises today, Tommy, that automatically means there's been big falls. Brian New, our guy who was 36th, the last 20-pound bag, only has 1 fish today, down to 82nd place.
Wow. I was going to say that Daryl Gleason, who had 22 pounds yesterday, has 2 fish today.
Yes. Daryl Gleason,
60?
Kenta Kimura, who led most of yesterday morning, sitting on 2 fish.
Boy, it takes a lot of horsepower to fling that thing.
It does. That is a softball pitch.
That's like having pole vaulting practice for 3 hours, for 6 hours.
Hackney with 4 fish today, barely inside the cut. Buddy Gross also with 4 fish near the cut line. There's a lot of guys that are just going to leave something out there. You know, they have to catch 5 to say they've done their job.
But guys that were really in bad, horrible shape. You look at Takumi Ito, Keith Combs. Those dudes were they were out of this game coming into day 2.
All right, let's go. Spot hasn't been good all week, Mac. This is 2 years ago. This spot was fire. It's another shell bed.
Chris Zaldane finally going to pull away from that spot. Back to Felix.
You want to let me know when it's 2 o'clock? Ooh, he swam off with it again. I didn't hook him again. I wasn't paying attention.
Falling asleep on the job.
Has nothing to do with this tournament, but Brian Evie, Takumi Ito's cameraman, Sabine River, last day of that tournament. You ready for this? There were certain times, we did not know this, there were certain times that he told Brian Evie he was using, get ready for it, 3-pound line. I'm not kidding.
Oh my
God. And Brian brought that up. I saw Brian the day after that tournament. He brought that up, and I said, there are people that panfish through the ice with 3-pound line.
Yeah, that's like a 6X leader. That's hair. That's a piece of hair.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Ron, I know this has nothing to do, but it's near the end of the day, and I know this has nothing to do with Striker Daily Trivia, but it's more of a question. Jason Christie winning that tournament solely upon a spinnerbait. When is the last time that was done on an Elite Series tournament?
Is it ever done in the Elite Series tournament?
Where it attested to every single fish?
Man.
Right.
Do you know, I mean, you don't know the answer to that, or?
No, I was I was thinking of, I was for some dumb reason, because I have no other stuff to think about, but this week I was like, when is the last time that was done?
I think honestly the last time someone made the final day and was in contention with solely a spinnerbait was Rick Clunn at Texoma. He was in the top 5 or 6 going into the final day with just a spinnerbait, but not win.
But a win. Mark Menendez, Lake Dardanelle, but he flipped a few fish in that tournament.
He did. With a tube. They were the crucial fish. I don't have a database that I could search that from.
Such, any ideas on that?
No, he's looking it up now.
Oh,
not just a spinnerbait. I can't even think of using only one bait in an entire event to win.
I don't know. Granted, he almost won a classic.
Yeah. Well, then, that one.
But as it stands right now, your marathon peak performance, it could only be one man, Tommy Sanders.
Our leader.
And there's been a little bit of a discrepancy on who that should be today.
Discrepancy?
Yes.
Okay.
Looking at some of the performances thus far today, your marathon peak performance, it has to be Brandon Card. Really, if you look at the adjustments that he made from yesterday into today, like we said, fishing a very, very popular area, that, now hold on, throughout today has got a lot more attention. Brandon Card seeing one fish break early going from his, well, I was just going to say it, from his mid-depth running crankbaits that he did most of his damage on day one to Yozuri jerkbait, shallow running and deep running, then switching over to a swim bait. Very, very good performance. And the one thing is, he has now leaned on that spot for 2 days in a row. But one thing we've learned about Lake Fork, those spots, those little isolated offshore spots, whether secondary or main lake, they do tend to reload. Brandon Card is the marathon peak performance of the day, Tommy.
Cut down on the deep one.
Quite impressive.
Let's go. Keep coming. Yes.
And I think the thing to really watch, Brandon Card made the comment, man, I think some of my spots from 2019 where he had a great performance here might fire by the end of this tournament. They have not so far. But really looking at that flurry that he went on for about 3 straight hours, that is your marathon peak performance of day 2 so far.
And hanging on that topic, we were debuting a brand new Fantasy Game Mode. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. And we were talking about Mercury Drain the Lake. We've done that quite frequently leading up to this event. And this is we've had one full day of competition to log those fantasy stats and scores. And so this will be the only time that we give love to the first ever leader going into day 2 of an event, Monger CB's team. Now, with Mercury Drain the Lake, if you do not know, once you use an angler for a tournament, you cannot pick them again. So that debates in your strategy. Do you use a lot of heavy guys, heavy hitters early on, or do you save them for later events? Well, I'm gonna say Monger CB, he burned up a lot of good anglers in this first event, but it's paid off. He's the top angler so far. All 8 of his picks in the top 25 of this event. But he's got 2 Johnstons, a Fighter, guys that'll factor up north for sure, and Austin Felix as well. Patrick Walters, Lee Livesey, John Cox, and Stetson Blaylock. That is a fabulous Mercury Drain the Lake team, all of them inside the top 25 after yesterday's competition, and they should be all in the cut range for sure today. Now, comparing them to my picks, I was a little bit lower, around 1,600 points compared to Monger CB's 2,000 points, but it's a marathon, not a sprint. It's a marathon for Mercury Drain the Lake. And so a couple of the guys are going to be factors for me this week. Lee Livesey still. Greg Hackney's flirting with that cut line. John Cox inside of it. Chad Morgan-Taylor was a very positive pick for me this week. And Hunter Schrock's been around that cut as well. So with Mercury Drain the Lake, the strategy involved, don't just pick for this week. Think about next event, the one after that, and the end of the year.
Congratulations to Monger CB.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a get-rich-quick scheme. He's going to have to dip into the college ranks and some open anglers, and also maybe the team at the Classic in order to have players left at the end of the year.
Hey, wants to fish with Z. That's what we want to do if we win.
Obviously,
he used up a lot of good smallmouth fishermen on that list.
The whole bottom row. I don't know if
he's going to have to sort of conserve his supply as we go into the last part of this year. Brandon Card still on top. Quinton Capo right where he started the day with a fantastic early afternoon here. There's your cut line. And Hunter Schreier, last man in as it stands right now. But look at Drew Cook, Hank Cherry, Frazier, Cliff Prince, all the rest of them. Time is running out for those guys. Getting closer and closer to the end, the early end of our fishing day.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Minn Kota.
What a great tournament. So many twists and turns. One twist we have today, a little bit of concern is the weather, and that has forced our way in. It will start at 2:40 p.m. Central Time. Brandon Card on top, Quinton Capo, and there's Takumi Ito with the biggest limit so far of this tournament, 33 pounds. And Z, another surprise, I don't know if anyone would have predicted the biggest limit of the tournament would come on a spinning rod.
No, I would not think, number one, a spinning rod with a little flick, shake, wacky rig worm in 8 to 10 feet of water. No, not so much coming into this tournament at all.
All kind of surprises.
That is going to be really amazing to watch tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, we're obviously on a lake where everybody knew sight fishing would play. You know, whenever you come here, swim baiting, cranking, stuff that we've seen all day today. To see a guy go out there in 8 to 10 feet of water and do what Takumi Ito is doing, and really what he did at the Sabine, he kind of flies by his own beat, man. That's sort of, like I said, that's a special angler.
Z, I don't know if I remember correctly, but maybe all 20 bass at the Chesapeake Bay in 2015 with Aaron Martins? Were those all spinnerbait?
No. There was a bladed jig involved on the final day, friend.
That was my best shot. I have to even give kudos to
Well, you're not counting an underspin as a spinning bait, are you, Ronnie, or are you?
No, no, no.
Yeah,
I think it's spinnerbait. Yeah, like a
Spinnerbait proper, okay.
No, no, no. If you remember in that tournament, I think the first 3 days he dominated with a spinnerbait. But in fact, that big melon head slouch that he caught on the final day, that was on a bladed jig because the fish actually came unhooked in his hand.
Yeah.
Austin Felix, 18-7, done his work today. I mean, kind of going against the trend, going against the prevailing wisdom, at least on this day. And as you say, Z, it might serve him well as we get on into the weekend.
You know, Tommy, and we have fun with Austin. We talked about it earlier. Mercer calls him the sleepy assassin. But what's funny is during our break, he was using the squirt bottle, you know, to clean the pollen off the surface. It did look like when he was squirting the top of the water that he was half asleep doing it.
I think he's been the reasonably alert assassin today. For the most part.
Well, he has proven that he's pretty well-rounded as far as versatility on this Elite Series, and coming from the FLW, also the college ranks. He's pretty stout, shallow, and deep.
Minnetonka guy, right?
Yeah.
Those upper Midwest guys aren't real excitable. They don't go over the top on the fish catch.
Oh, I can think of a few.
It's the only thing we got on the bite consistent.
Yeah, I don't know if I completely agree with that.
Probably just break it off right away, unfortunately. We'll see.
See, we're gonna nail this spinnerbait thing down. We will. I promise. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, I don't. And I was talking. I was talking Bassmaster Elite Series, but I'm gonna tell you, there are voices in my head that tell me some other tournaments. Wheels off soon.
I got a little illustration of how your fortunes can switch around here. Brock Mosley started 72nd.
Cow, he's way bigger than I thought he was. Stop that. We need you bad. Sorry for cursing, everybody. Don't do that. And just dunk you. Don't do that. I need you to come up here. Let's give up. Golly. He's doing another lap. Don't stop that. Stop that. Oh, you son of a gun. I'll just handline you. Don't. Why is he so dang strong? I figured. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
No.
I don't know if that had gotten him to 20, but that would have been helpful. Hooked outside the mouth.
Yeah,
Small
you
fish,
gotta be kidding me.
2 pounds. Ow.
Yeah, it probably would have. Oh, man.
1,000,000% integrity there, because in the heat of the moment, no one even knew until he looked up and made it a point to show that it was not.
Oh, yeah.
They were instructed, if bed fishing, to show the fish being hooked inside the mouth.
We got a half hour.
Oh, that hurt.
Swing around the corner. Unbelievable.
That's true, Such. We've seen.
That's why Fighter was so adamant about it yesterday.
Yes, but we've seen other tournaments where that hasn't necessarily been the protocol. So, very big kudos to Austin Felix.
Oh yeah. I was starting to say Mosley was 72nd. He's our 12th 20-pound bag today. He's jumped in the 30s. He had fallen from 39 spots out of AOI 5th to 19th in one bad day, and now he's back up to 7th.
Z. Davey Hyde has a submission. Zell Roland, Santee Cooper, 2003. I don't know. It was a 4-day event, but I don't know if you would classify that as Elite Series. But
it's not an Elite Series in my eyes. First Elite Series was Lake Amistad.
2005.
crunch time.
Yeah. Patrick Walters does have his 5 bass limit, but his last one was only a 1.25 pounds.
Yeah.
2 of those.
Yeah. 2 1/4 pounds, a 1.5 pounds, 1 3/4, and an 8-12,
Yes.
saving his day.
Yes.
Possibly have some of our first flight anglers packing up, strapping down, heading back. At this point right now, 2:40 is weigh-in time, 2:40 Central, 3:40 Eastern time. Brandon Card on top as it stands right now. We've got more to come.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Lake Fork is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
All right, final few minutes of fishing here for some of our anglers. Some of them have already checked in here. We will move up our weigh-in. Brandon Card, Quentin Capo, Takumi Ito. All right, now I want to congratulate Quentin Capo and Chad Morgenthaler, who have held their spots they started in today. They've drifted up and down a little bit. I mean, to hold your spot in the top 5, exactly where you started this morning, is phenomenal. Great, great stuff. What a great day for this guy, though. I mean, as you said it, the unbelievable performance of the day, Z. The peak performance.
Yeah, I really think kind of just watching the transitions that Brandon Card made. Bait transitions today compared to yesterday. If you looked at that photo gallery that was online, and I cannot give credit to who took that magical gallery yesterday. It was fantastic. Maybe you can help me with that, Ron, which I don't know. But it was transitioning baits throughout today, going to a suspended Yozuri jerkbait, shallow and deep. Will be interesting to see if this spot reloads, because after Brandon Card left this area, he really didn't do a lot of damage later in the day. Said he was kind of sharing one spot with Garrett Paquette, who has, besides one big one caught today, has really, really struggled. So I kind of think you're looking at a one-bullet situation with Brandon Card somewhere through tomorrow or Sunday. If this spot doesn't reload, you'll have to see a transition. But today was flawless from Brandon Card.
That's a good one.
A lot of fun watching all that go down to mid-morning. Boy, most of your folks, your speculators would say this guy would have been hard to catch today and for the rest of the event, but it has not worked out that way for Patrick Walters.
Yeah, now look at this. He's sitting on 14.10, and 9 pounds of that have come off one fish.
Have it ready.
That's gonna help big time.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thanks. Let's roll. Everybody sit down.
Did you hear that weight? What was it?
I did not hear it. No.
I didn't hear it.
I think it was a help.
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 1 1/4, so I would assume, and that I think that was at least a 2-pounder. I mean, he would probably got a pound out of it.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see if things happen for Patrick Walters tomorrow. Another thing we're going to be paying close attention to. As the rain starts to move in, Brandon Card getting closer and closer to time to go.
A small shower passing through, and then a little bit later, an hour and a half or so, a big blob of red and orange comes through.
Let's go make
He's
a
in
couple
the
of
same
casts by
flight
the
as
ramp
Patrick.
and call it a day.
Okay, good. He's leaving. I was about to say he's got to go as well because he's got to be there in 6 minutes.
We're going to try to squeeze a couple more casts in too, so don't take too many chances there, Brandon.
Morgan Thaler is our last flight, so he will be checked in at 2:40 Central Time.
Again, only 49 from today will pass on to tomorrow, and only 10 after tomorrow. Weigh in right here on Bassmaster.com.
Shane with you gives us a baker's dozen of bags over 20 pounds right now.
What is he listening to there?
Z, I just want you to know, when you Price is Right at me yesterday, you ended up winning the 20-pound battle. I said 34, you said 35, it ended up being 36, so I appreciate that.
Okay.
He's on a roll.
It's working, you know. It's momentum. Highs and lows, streaks. Brandon Card feeling it.
Is that what he's listening to?
Is it the Masters, Bassmaster music?
No, I don't think so.
Can we turn it up just a hair?
That's Olympics music, isn't it?
It feels like the Masters that we
he's
used to do.
feeling it. Look, he's looking for his first blue trophy. Let's turn it up.
That's called invincible.
Job is halfway done, Z.
Okay,
So
I like that
incredibly pathetic.
That was triumphant. That was heroic.
We're almost midway through the elite season.
No, we are. Today is the midway day.
Well, we're not done today yet.
Well, the weigh-in started.
It was a great day for catching them, just like day number 1. Let's take a look at this map here with all of our catches.
It is dramatically impressive when you look at all of the catches here on legendary Lake Fork. Those are all of the catches. And generally, when you look at a map like that, Tom Sanders, as we one more time wish you a very pleasant and happy birthday week, Tommy.
Thank you very much.
Truly shows the power of Lake Fork, and that pretty much you can catch a bass anywhere, even on the face of the dam. Those are all of your catches as you go up Caney Creek, Little Caney. Those are all of your catches here on majestic Lake Fork.
Nice It's very Lord of the Rings sound to it right there as well. That was very good. It was very good. Well done. Well done to all our anglers, all our 99 who have come here and strive so hard. It's a shame that we won't be able to take them all with us tomorrow because everyone wants another crack at this place. Yeah, it's still going. As we go up the 18th fairway.
Wow, Lake Big One, Stetson play like a 7-2.
Wow. Now tomorrow morning, you can check us out. Our Bassmaster Live begins on FS1, Fox Sports 1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, also on the Fox Sports app. We'll have some supplemental coverage also on Bassmaster.com starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time.
There is going to be a lot of tiptoeing through the jewelry store, if you know what I mean, friends. Tomorrow will be a big day on FS1. Going to be able to take a look at a lot of different techniques. Takumi Ito we will have on camera. But today was a display by this man right here. Brandon Card said, doesn't have a ton of spots, but the spot he started on, stopped on, stayed on, played in a big way.
I got it. Okay, the weigh-in is on as we speak here. We've actually got a concurrent weigh-in. We might get to see a couple of overs there on display for the crowd, and we will make everything official. This place is good. So great to have you with us here on this Friday. Wishing you a great weekend. Remind you to join us tomorrow morning on FS1 and also on Bassmaster.com. Have a great weekend, and we will see you tomorrow morning.
That swim bait is gone.